Why does this keep happening? I literally have fixed it. There's no shot. Mini F? Yeah, that was me launching YouTube rather. That mini F is normal though, and we're back. It looks like we're back. It looks like YouTube stream is up. Yes, YouTube stream is up. Twitch is still up. We're not lagging. Latency looks fine. I have fixed it because I'm awesome. Yes, yes, yes. Cool. Okay. I think we have. Well, now I gotta send those notifications out again. Hell yeah. Okay, we have fixed it. There we go. New link. And we're back. Jesus Christ, that's a great way to give me a heart attack first thing in the middle of stream, or the beginning of stream. Not even the middle. Just flat out right in the beginning. Well, I suppose it's better than happening in the middle of me talking. How is everyone doing today? We had just had to have a little bit of a, you know, a check-in with our friends over at the CIA and Mossad. That's okay. Jesus Christ. I can only go up from here. That's not exactly what you want to hear when it's about your stream. Anyway, I suppose we should get started. There's a lot I want to talk about today, and there's a lot that I'm really mad about. Obviously, there's always something that I'm quite mad about. Now, I'm going to start it off with some light news. We're going to talk about the earthquake that everyone in... No, don't be sorry, it's fine. That everyone in the media is referring to as the Russia quake in a way that sounds... If you are entirely, like, not someone who watches the news, you're politically incoherent. You're not someone who really understands the way the world works. You're the type of person that believes that the Democrats have weather machines that creates hurricanes. Well, if you look at some of the headlines covering this massive earthquake that happened in Russia that then caused tsunami warnings all over the world, they're all being written as if Russia just kind of made it happen and attacked all of, I don't know, the countries that were hit by the tsunamis. Was it Japan? Australia had some warnings. Hawaii got hit. There was, I believe, also some warnings for California, Portland area in Oregon. I think Washington didn't get hit, but they were all written as like Russia quake launches tsunami across the seas towards Hawaii. And I don't know, in my head, I can just imagine someone sitting at, I don't know, the CNN writer's room being like, how do we make this sound like Russia's attacking America? It's funny. But, I mean, obviously, this was the 6th largest earthquake that we know of in history, recorded history, which is pretty big.
One of the strongest earthquakes ever recorded struck off the Russian east coast a few hours ago.
This is the largest earthquake we've had in over a decade worldwide. And it's among the top 10 earthquakes that have been measured by humans in the last century and a half.
Sorry, century and a half, not like recorded history, but that's a pretty big deal. This caused, you know, tsunami warnings to basically all across the world. And
down below
most
that
of them weren't
creates
too bad.
the tsunami. There's a lot of energy being pushed out. Now, if you are standing on a boat in the middle of the Pacific Ocean,
Japan
you might not
got
even
through it
know
fairly
this.
well. They had to evacuate Fukushima, as you know, was under risk of getting hit by the tsunami. But here's a better example of it.
Across the Pacific, the Nervously waiting for the impact of a series of tsunamis, triggered by one of the world's most powerful earthquakes, which struck Russia, or just off the coast of Russia this morning. There's no tsunami threat current for Australia, but there have been tsunami evacuation warnings issued in Japan, Hawaii, and throughout the Pacific. So a magnitude 8.8 quake struck in Russia's Far East around 11:25 local time. It's the 6th most powerful in recorded history. Tsunami waves.
Okay, so I was right to begin with. That's it doesn't really mean anything because this is a very tectonically active region anyway. And so it's quite normal, but a pretty big quake. It's kind of a miracle that a lot of people didn't get hurt because of the ensuing tsunamis. As far as I know, there's not a massive death toll to come out of it.
Reached Japan and Alaska. Hawaii and the US West Coast are also in the strike zone. Other warnings have been issued for countries as far away as PNG and New Zealand. North Asia correspondent James Oden reports.
The most powerful quake since the devastating 2011 disaster in Japan, and the biggest Russia has seen since the 1950s. Waves of up to 3 metres striking Russia's remote eastern region, pushing debris down streets, causing damage to buildings. This kindergarten collapsed. Luckily,
They have kindergarten in Russia?
no one was inside.
Thank God no one was hurt.
In Japan, the unmistakable sound of tsunami sirens started to blare.
Yeah, not all quakes cause tsunamis, but there's always the possibility. This one was in a it happened off a coastline, so it was much more likely to cause tsunamis. Luckily, this wasn't so far off the coast that the tsunamis were much stronger by the time they, reached landfall. Happening close to Russia's coastline meant that, the largest risk was Japan, and Japan is a country that's constantly experiencing earthquakes and is a common tsunami risk area, and so they have infrastructure built to help them with that. But if this happened in, let's say, the middle of the Pacific, it could have taken out half of Hawaii. Tsunamis or any waves generated by ocean earthquakes, from what I understand, I think that there is a certain level from where it goes from a wave to a tsunami, but I think it has more to do with the amount of energy involved rather than the size of the wave.
I was driving home when the siren suddenly rang. I was startled. We all evacuated immediately. I was very surprised.
This country is well prepared for tsunamis, with concrete fortifications surrounding the coastline. Work immediately stopped at the stricken Fukushima nuclear plant, while residents in affected areas evacuated to higher ground, hilltops and rooftops acting as refuges.
I was startled. I wondered what was happening.
Yeah, if the earthquake shift is primarily lateral, there might be minimal wave production and small or no tsunamis. If the shift is vertical, it'll likely cause large tsunamis. Cool, I didn't know that. Yeah, see, the only real other big tsunami memory that I have is the 2004 one. I think that was in Fiji? Or no, it was in the vicinity of it. It was Indonesia, Fiji, that whole area. There was a lot of people that died for that one. And so that's my main point of reference when we're talking about a tsunami. And even for, an earthquake this large, the ensuing tsunamis didn't end up being that big. So, even in Japan.
On the American island of Hawaii, beaches and resorts emptied quickly as residents moved to safety.
Don't go down to the beach. Don't be looking at waves. Get yourself as high as you possibly can.
When you have a wind wave or a surf wave, you think of that at the beach and that nice gentle sound there at the coast. This isn't what this is.
YouTube should be up. I see the stream. It's up. Here. By the way, guys, go drop a like on it while you're here, please. Oh, that's because it failed the first time and I had to restart it, and I restarted it as an unlisted stream. Hold on, let me fix that. Thanks for pointing that out, actually. Much appreciated, because it is up, but it's unlisted, so no one can see it. Thanks, Masad. Sorry, guys, that's actually my handler, MKE. Get out of here, you bloody bot.
This is an ocean flood.
While the ocean swells, the threat of aftershocks remain, keeping authorities on alert.
The term tsunami refers to the mechanism of generation, not how big or small the waves are. If the surges are caused by deformation of the seafloor, it's a tsunami whether it's less than an inch or more than 30 feet. Cool, so it's actually based on whether it's deformation of the seafloor, not about like the amount of energy in it. I knew it wasn't about the size of the waves, but I thought maybe like there was a measure of how much water is being displaced or how much energy is traveling through that displaced water. Yeah, makes sense. Makes sense. Makes sense.
North Asia correspondent James Oaten joins us now from Tokyo. James, g'day. So how big were the waves that hit Japan, and does it appear to be finished now for Japan at least?
Probably is the answer, Joe, but certainly Japan will be in no rush to downgrade the evacuation warnings until they're 110% certain that the tsunami threat has passed. And there's a key reason for that. The first wave generated from these massive earthquakes isn't always the biggest. It often is, but not always. This is the biggest earthquake in Russia since 1952, and that was a massive earthquake of over magnitude 9. And when that struck...
Well, at this point, the tsunami threat is over, which is nice. It's actually, like, surprisingly refreshing to get a bit of news about a natural disaster that isn't directly attributable to, like, climate change, for once. You know, it makes it easier to just look at this and be like, cool, that's not our fault as humans. This is our fault.
Fleeing thick smoke and flames, beachgoers in Italy abandoned sunbeds and escaped on Sunday. More than 100 on the world-famous Italian island of Sardinia had to be rescued from the sea, forced there by the fast-moving fire. This woman found on a rock her beach bag beside her. Across the Mediterranean, fires are engulfing communities. This was another tourist island, Kythera in Greece, Saturday. This month, satellite images showed thick smoke.
Hold on. I'm about to sound really Turkish here.
Smoke from a fire streaming across the Greek islands.
I don't know if I want to call that a Greek island. I know that Greece and Turkey have a bit of a disagreement over, you know, whose islands these are and their exclusive economic zones. But, like, come on, that one? This one? Like, sure, I'll give that one to Greece, but that one? It's literally connected. It might be politically Greek, I'm sure, yeah, obviously. But I'm talking geographically. Like, the idea of Turkish and Greek, like, arguments over ownership of islands and exclusive economic zones is purely one based on, you know, I want this and you have it, but I don't want you to have it. Like, it's just that. I'm better than you. If it's Cyprus, pretty sure Israel has laid claim to that one. Yeah, they seem to have invaded that one. They're all Turkish islands. I mean, this one, sure. I'll give this one to Greece. That's fucking Crete. But from, like, here on, can we, like, compromise and cut that down the middle? That one's definitely a fucking Turkish island, though. Like, come on. It's literally connected to the land. It's barely an island. It's a peninsula.
In a northern suburb of the capital, Athens, volunteers helped firefighters with hose pipes, while others escaped from a balcony. Houses are burning, this local says. They're burning here. They're burning over there. This weekend alone.
That's usually what happens with fire, yeah. Careful, that's the future great ethnic utopia of Greater Israel we're referring to? Jesus Christ, not that timeline. Didn't Greece have like really bad fires not that long ago? No, they've had really bad fires the last couple years. So is Turkey. Athens is on fire. Yeah, a lot of Europe is right now.
500 Greek firefighters faced 50 wildfires, 5 of them major conflagrations. One cause, intense summer heat, similar to this week's soaring US temps. Parts of Greece close to 111 degrees, even closing the Acropolis at one stage.
Need to have a...
Athens is always on fire, historically and modernly. Climate change isn't real though. Oh yeah, don't worry, we'll get to that one.
Hat, drink your water. The Red Cross is really great for giving us water here, but it is getting very hot now.
In neighbouring Turkey, one site recorded a record temperature of 122 degrees. There another...
We didn't start the fire. Oh wait, 122 degrees Fahrenheit is insane. Here's a better look at the Turkish fires.
Overnight in Bursa, Turkey's 4th largest city, firefighters and locals are battling the flames with whatever they can find. It's been 6 brutal...
They're literally trying to put the fire out by smacking it with branches. Holy shit.
Days. One volunteer stops to catch his breath. On Friday, Turkey hit its highest ever temperature, 50.5 Celsius. Thousands have been evacuated, 14 people have died, 10 of them firefighters.
That's really bad. Like, 15 people have died. That's 123 degrees Fahrenheit, by the way, for, the Americans.
The fire is widespread. The teams are naturally having difficulty intervening. Our wooded areas are steep, hilly and on an incline. And as you can see, it is continuing. Right now, everyone is making efforts as much as we can to put it out.
Elsewhere, in Greece, the vast fires are inching closer to Athens. In a matter of days, properties have been destroyed, forests and...
That was 2 days ago, and so today Athens is on fire. So, it's consistently been getting worse, and this is our fault as humans. Looks at notes. Fan the fire with flammable branches? Look, at least they're trying. Erdogan kind of stole all their money, so they don't really have much else to, fight fire with. Is the stream working? It is now. It is now, Lennon. Is it broken again? Don't scare me like that.
Another fire was bearing down on the country's 4th largest city. More than 3,500 people have been evacuated, 4 deaths reported so far. 2 years ago, NBC News travelled across Greece to Evros, close to the Turkish border, to see the impact of what had been Europe's largest wildfire.
Oh, well, there you go. It was 2 years ago for that last big one in Greece. Hope everyone's okay. I hope you guys are okay, too.
It started from these mountains there.
To find a charred landscape and locals who blamed a combination of climate change and lost forest management skills.
Which is honestly the same, case that can be made in Turkey. It's the same case that can be made in the United States. What's up, Erratic Cookie? Again, let me make it very, very clear that this is our fault. This is entirely our fault as a species. Here's just this is from America. This is from today. It's not exactly, related, but this is the EPA commissioner being asked about whether or not it's dangerous to rescind any findings on carbon monoxide, on carbon dioxide and greenhouse gases. Oh my god, thank you for the sub, Shard Spork. Wait, you mean they don't have a liberal governor or mayor to blame? Yeah, no, they do not.
This is related. Obviously, it's public health, but the EPA is going to rescind, or moving to rescind this endangerment finding on carbon dioxide and greenhouse gases. That basically saying that trace CO2 is not a danger to public health. I mean, you had to connect quite a few dots with some questionable science to get to the point where, it doesn't cause smog, it's odorless, it's colorless, it's trace, we exhale 10 times the amount.
This is where we're at now. We're there's no public health issue with CO2. what's, you know, the bar where we make, you know, where we draw the line between trace amounts and too much? I wonder if they're just making that shit up. You know, like, there is an acceptable amount of heavy metals that can be in your water, even though the real acceptable amount is 0. Anti-science government. Yeah, like it's the ISIS government.
They're going to do this. Is that a danger to public health if the EPA and Lee Zeldin are able to do this, in your view?
You know, to be honest, I don't know enough about that issue.
You're in charge of our public health. Can you look into it for us?
So it's really an EPA issue. But look, there's a lot of things where we may just need better research.
Maybe then don't cut all of the research funding.
We have never talked about environmental exposures that may, say, cause cancer. We only talk about the chemo to treat it. I'm not saying it's CO2.
No, there are horrible pollutants in the air, believe me. I'm not saying that there aren't. I'm just saying that not all pollutants are created equal.
Yeah, because
well, technically his job is Food and Drug Administration, but, you know, he is part of the people who are responsible for the well-being of the country, yeah. Sorry for being woke, but I think my tap water shouldn't be unhealthy to drink. No, I agree. I feel like, in fact, water, the thing that you need to survive, that you literally cannot live without, should be safe and available to drink. And you shouldn't really have to worry about metal in your water. I also think that the air should be safe, that you shouldn't have to worry about breathing in odorless toxins that could literally get you killed and are poisoning you. And you wouldn't even know because they don't smell like anything. They don't cause smog, just as they said. No, but sorry, that's gay. Exposure and prevention are 100% within the FDA's responsibility. Yeah, I mean, like, this FDA. Their job is to make your life worse. Let's be clear here. Like, their only job is to make you sick. And worse. And suffer. It's alpha and red pill based to breathe uranium traces? Absolutely. That's what the Russians would do, you know?
Exhale it.
It's absurd, but yeah.
Dr. McCary, I want to thank you very much.
Yeah. Don't worry, I'm sure there's a subscription service that'll pop up offering to, you know, clean the air and water soon, while also not actually doing that, but still charging you for it. Don't like drinking cadmium? Simp. If they could sell air, they would. Oh, they will. Don't worry. They're just working their way up there. But I want to be mad about something else first for a minute. So last stream, somebody brought up to me the itch.io situation, and I hadn't heard about it at the time. I don't remember who it was, but whichever one of you told me about it, you did not explain that very well. I was under the impression that this was banning like literal like AI body spammy porn games that are all over like Twitter ads, right? No, it's so much worse than that. And it's worse than just, you know, itch.io. It's Steam. Like, some of you in chat tried to explain more about it, but I was just so already under the wrong impression that I didn't get it, so I apologize for that at the time. This affects, like, literally everything. This affects Steam right now, sure, but this is part of a more broad, concerted war on privacy on the internet that's existed for a long, long, long time, and is mainly being pushed by payment processors. It's being pushed by moralist extremists and, you know, religious zealots, but also payment processors. This is attack on the First Amendment. Woke.io must be eradicated from the internet. Well, you know, this happened in Australia initially, so, you know, we don't have a First Amendment here. But it is an attack on your privacy. It is an attack on your free speech. It's an attack on the ability to regulate tech companies, because this literally serves to poison the well on the subject of any kind of regulation, because what they have done, and we'll go into detail on that in a second, is they've created now this environment where any talk on regulation on social media or any talk on regulating tech is now directly associated with censorship, where it has to, like, where it does not have to be in any way at all. Everyone is American, Visora. Yes, but not everyone gets the First Amendment. We might all be American, but we don't all have the same rights. The Gooners are the front lines of protecting woke games by gooning to anti games. It's not even that. It's so much worse than that. Look, let me show you the letter that started all of this. The letter that these insane people over at collectiveshout.org sent to PayPal, MasterCard, and Visa, and Discover to start the process of dismantling any ability for us to make any real change. Personally, and I can't prove this, you know, I'll change my mind if it's shown otherwise, like this could just be people who genuinely are this crazy, but this comes across to me as a psyop. This right here accomplished literally everything the tech companies wanted. So this was an open letter to payment processors profiting from, quote, rape, incest, and child abuse games on Steam by these people. To the president of PayPal, CEO of MasterCard, CEO of Visa, PaySafe Limited, Discover, blah, 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 blah. We, the undersigned, are writing to request that you cease processing payments on gaming platforms which host rape, incest, and child sexual abuse themed games. In April, we exposed the sale of rape simulation game No Mercy on both Steam and itch.io gaming platforms. In the game, players assume the persona of a man who rapes a female family member, including his mother and his aunt. Okay, that one I can see being banned. You know, like that's. In fact, I'm pretty sure there's already laws for that. But they don't stop there. No, of course they don't. And to be fair, I haven't even like looked into that game, but that sounds like some shit that, you know, insane people would make. But yeah, the game was geo-blocked in Australia following Collective Shout's complaints to the Australian Classification Board, following a viral campaign, which got about 70,000 petitions, which, by the way, the reaction to what they've done has gotten well over that. I think it's about 140,000 petitions now. They have called on Steam to take down anything that they define as immoral. You know, most content found within games, including the graphics and developer descriptions, are too distressing for us to make public. Our research has shown many games, they're saying, many, hundreds of games were taken off of Steam because of this. Hundreds. These games don't always belong available to the open public. There should be, you know, some kind of, like, if you're buying a game on Steam, there can be 18 plus verification, like, that exists when you're buying a game in person. We have ESRB ratings, but this is not about whether or not the content in these games, even the one specific one that they're using here, the No Mercy one, as their only actual example, and then broadly referring to every other game here, you know, without any specifics, even taking that one into account, this is a bad game. It's immoral, sure. Banning it by creating a system that is requiring any game developer, any game that considers any piece of content in it not safe for work. And by not safe for work, the descriptors, including graphics, developer descriptions, the people who made them being possibly queer, getting games taken down, like resulting in having their games taken down just for the fact that they are queer, not because there's anything in the game. And then the association of these games, of really anything to do with not safe for work as pornography, that conflation is the purposeful, like, end goal of this. See, the problem here isn't the fact that this game is bad. That's never been the issue. We've always had regulations on whether or not, you can have a rape simulator game. No, like, that's an entirely different issue. This is about harming free speech, controlling what you can see and do, and this is being pushed by payment processors. It's not just woke moralists, hyper woke, anti, fun moralists. Because they want to get games like Cyberpunk 2077 banned. They want to get games like Grand Theft Auto banned. Why? Well, because their content is violent and graphic and has like sexually explicit content in it. It's a slippery slope, and it's not a fallacy because it's not about what they actually want. These organizations like Collective Shout, even if 100% they believe what they're saying and they're not, acting in bad faith, they are working for the same tech companies that are creating this kind of mentality, that are pushing this kind of messaging. They won't ban Morrowind on the Woke Detector website. No. See, it's not about wokeness. This is about, like, Christian evangelical propaganda being used to prevent any kind of regulation from being able to be made. This is about poisoning the well when it comes to social media and tech company restrictions. See, this came out of Australia, right? And Australia has passed the social media ban for those that are under 16. Now, that doesn't start till the end of this year. Closing the gap there would be being able to put in place more than just restrictions, not just like punitive restrictions and, okay, you're not allowed on the internet. But instead, these people are out there trying to make censorship directly associated with any kind of regulation of tech. They are working for the tech industry, whether or not they are doing so knowingly and willingly or are doing so because they're useful idiots. This is part of the process. This is also not a new thing. Payment processors like this have been engaging in this kind of moralist censorship for over a decade now. Over 10 years ago, when Colorado and Washington State in the United States, for example, first legalized cannabis sale, it was payment processors that came in and decided to make their lives more difficult. I think even to this day in legal states, you can't go to a cannabis dispensary and pay with a card. You have to pay with cash because they don't accept working with platforms that break their terms of service. As well as we've seen this play out when it came to adult content creators, people like OnlyFans models, or even just people that make like erotica, whether it's visual or audio or any kind. It's always these people. It's always the payment processors at the center of it all. Because obviously, the payment processors are connected to every other industry. You have a Visa or a MasterCard or a Discover card, probably more than one of them, at a time. They're connected to all of the industry. They're the glue that holds it together. So payment companies such as Visa, MasterCard, and Stripe are facing... Oh, Stripe, there we go. That's another one. Stripe is one that's directly related to Twitch and YouTube and Twitter and most content like creation platforms that don't even that revolve in our sphere, the political sphere. Stripe is where I would have to get paid from. Are facing political backlash and public backlash, including from billionaire Elon Musk. Even Elon Musk doesn't like this, for pressuring online gaming platforms to remove hundreds of games in response to a campaign from an Australian anti-porn lobbying group. Now, this is not just about porn games. So last week, itch.io removed all not safe for work games appearing from the library. Again, not all porn related, but not safe for work broadly, which can encompass literally anything that they want. Think about the United States. Think about the concerted effort we've seen here that we talked about last stream to generate and associate the idea of queerness with sexual degeneracy, cause a moral panic, label queer people dangerous and as a threat, and then literally imposing bans on media, on games, on places, weaponizing these payment systems to erase legal means of representation, legal means of content. By the way, is porn banned in Australia? No, it's not. Not at all. Elon doesn't want to Steam to ban his femboy dating simulator? Probably. But like, the thing here is, this isn't about porn. Stop, like, you don't need to conflate porn here. It has nothing to do with it. This goes back to 2000s era, the games are corrupting your children. This is a weapon being employed by the tech industry because Australia is regulating the tech industry. Also, on top of that, Collective Shout, because they've managed to do this, they have now implanted themselves in the Australian government's ability to regulate the tech industry. Now, anything that Australia wants to do is going to be related to this. It's like they've put themselves in the middle. This, like, they are opening the doors to positioning censorship as child protection and using that as a scapegoat. While on the other end, the tech companies are using this to be able to play victims and allow them to continue using their algorithms to poison children and adults. It's reframing an addiction for profit industry as a free speech issue. We did this exact thing in America. In fact, the actual changes that resulted from what these people have done is worse than some of the restrictions that Texas puts forward. Like, I'm not kidding. It's really bad. So, all adult or not safe for work games, all adult or not safe for work games, which means any game that's rated M for mature, maybe, from appearing in its library in a hasty move to prevent payments from games being blocked across its entire service. Itch.io said that it was bowing to demands from payment providers to ensure that we continue operating and provide a marketplace for all developers. Moom came after an open letter organized by Collective Shout, an Australian-based group that fights the sexualization of women and girls. I doubt that. I think that maybe they might think that these people sound like crazy evangelical Christians to me. On July 14th, it's called on payment providers to cease providing services to gaming platforms Steam and itch.io, claiming that hundreds of their games obtained content, including rape, sexual violence, and incest. This is a critical moment for itch.io. The situation developed rapidly, and we had to act urgently to prevent the platform's core payment infrastructure from disappearing, which, like, that is understandable. I can understand why they would take this action. It's not like they had a choice. It is not itch.io or Steam's fault here. It's MasterCard, it's Visa, it's these payment processors. No more choosing a woman main character. It's so much more than that. This is one step in a large plan. And it's also drawn massive backlash. I mean, while Collective Shout solely targeted games it said violated policies held by payment platforms, itch.io's move to temporarily remove all not safe for work content resulted in games with LGBT themes being removed. One petitioner signed, who was a member of the LGBT community, said that they were concerned that banning sexual-based games would be the start of cracking down on LGBT content. Because we've seen this happen over and over and over and over and over again. This is a direct model that they are copying. This is the same playbook used by Nazi propagandists back in the day, youth protection, and then turning that into all of the child groomers and pedophiles are actually just queer people and we need to cleanse them. It's the same thing that US evangelicals do, laundering their fucking bigotry as family values. It's the same thing that the tech oligarchs in America do, addicting everyone to their poison while calling anyone who talks about it a moralist and a Puritan. They love deeming us just existing in any media as inappropriate. Yeah, of course. By the way, Viz, does any of these articles touch on whether they banned Nazi or fascist games? What do you think, Captain Buggy? Of course not. Now, not safe for work doesn't often, include violence in those tags, does it? When people say NSFW, they're not usually talking about violence. They're talking about sex. In fact, none of the original, issue that these group had with these games was about violence. It was rape, sexual violence, and incest, which even that did not turn out to be true because it resulted in just LGBT-themed games being taken down. Banning sexual content never stops there. It's always going to include non-sexual things. As such, the fight to protect people's rights to sexual expression is vital to protecting my right to exist, they wrote, which is true. Said the blanket removal of NSFW games was not the objective of the campaign, noting that itch.io said that they would introduce compliance measures. Of course it was. Of course it was. All of this is part of the plan. Now, again, it doesn't matter whether Collective Shout personally is working through an ulterior motive here. It doesn't. It has nothing to do with it. They could be entirely good faith. They're not the main problem. It's payment processors. Now, I don't believe that they're acting in good faith by any fucking means, but that's not the point. It doesn't matter. Also, just
imagine trying to
following that, Visa has responded. Take a look at the way that Visa has responded. Take a look at what's actually occurring here. They don't care. They never have. This has been their operation, their method of operation for years. Like the HIO4 game or whatever, the Warhammer 40k, those types of Nazi gamers. Well, to be fair, Warhammer's only been co-opted by Nazis, but I only know that because I know some nerds. But obviously, it's not about banning those games. On that list was PayPal. Do you think that PayPal has an issue with Nazis? PayPal was made by people like Peter Thiel. What are we yapping about today? Well, right now I'm yapping about Visa, MasterCard, PayPal, and payment processors being evil, and how legislation that came through out of Australia has now made it much more difficult to regulate the tech industry, even in Australia, which we are trying to do.
Buy a game on Steam, only to find out it's vanished. Not because it's illegal, but because Visa and MasterCard decided you can't buy it. Over the last few weeks, tens of thousands of games have been removed from both Steam and itch.io, and it's all due to pressure from payment.
Tens of thousands. It was hundreds, I thought, but no, it's worse than that. It's removing anything. And again, the point here isn't the removal of content, it's the association of censorship with regulation.
Processors. This isn't just about a few controversial titles. It's affecting everything from small indie projects to mature but otherwise legal games. It's a new reality where gamers no longer get to decide what they can buy. But gamers aren't.
It's not just about gamers too. This is from a gamer, but it's a decent explanation of what Visa has come back saying, so bear with me on that one. And then we'll talk more about the broader war against privacy on the internet, because this also plays in to both what the UK has recently done with age verification and ID requirements for the internet, as well as what Australia plans to implement with ID verification for the ban on under 16s.
Aren't just sitting back. There are reports of a mass campaign, Operation Fighting Fire with Fire. Their goal? To bombard.
No, it's not laziness from payment processors to avoid lawsuits. Not even a little bit. They are just evil. They've done this for over a decade. They did this, like I said, with cannabis dispensaries when that became legal. They still do that. They've done this with OnlyFans or adult content creation. This is about creating a backlash against any kind of regulation to the tech industry, because these payment processors are like critical to the industry. They are the glue that holds all of them together. They make money when the other industries make money. So when like people want to start regulating large scale, very profitable industries like tech, they don't want that to happen. They're also generally lobbied and run by radical, like religious zealots. At least for, like, in the case of PayPal, MasterCard, and Visa, they have been for a long time very, very, very deeply intertwined with religious zealots and their goals.
MasterCard and Visa with calls and emails, mirroring the tactics used by groups like Collective Shout, who initially targeted Steam. Collective Shout claimed victory with around 1,000 emails, and gamers believe they can collectively shout much, much louder, simply letting MasterCard and Visa know, hey, these games we want to buy are legal, let us spend our money. So, as gamers express their frustration...
Again, it's not about the games, it has nothing to do with the game.
Visa has responded to multiple emails with what appears to be a copy-paste response. I've seen multiple different emails, but they all had the exact same reply, so let's see what Visa has to say about the situation. Thank you for reaching out and sharing your perspective. As a global company, we follow the laws and regulations everywhere we do business. This sounds fair. Visa said,
except, you know, it's not about the laws and regulations everywhere you do business, because it's about creating blanket laws. See, what's illegal in the United States, for example, in the state of, I don't know, Mississippi, isn't necessarily the same law in, I don't know, Japan. Japan might have something legal that's illegal in Saudi Arabia. There is nuance here. It's not about following the law, it's about setting the law. It's about control. It's about being able to prevent new laws that take their control and their money away from them. This is an industry that runs on farming humans for engagement, for attention. This is a global human farming operation. This is what crypto is for. No, crypto will not help here. It won't help at all. Because crypto also goes through payment processors in the end, doesn't it? When you convert that to cash, you still have to go through some kind of a payment processor. And crypto is A, not even secure. B, the crypto companies are even worse than these same payment processors, and they'll just be next. Like, if we entirely as a society transition to crypto, this wouldn't go away. This is because of moralist extremists pushing their agenda and trying to export it to other corners of the world. These are the same people that want to ban porn in Texas while making it so that companies can poison your water and your air and provide you like no compensation, make it so your child has to go work in the mines, but then talk about how Christian they are. That's these people. Every time you say moralist, I feel like you're gonna say the Disco Elysium dialogue. By these standards, they would ban Disco Elysium.
As they follow the law. Obviously, if something is illegal, that is its own situation, and I would agree that it should be banned from Steam. But these games we are talking about are legal, which is the problem. While we explicitly prohibit illegal activity on our network, we are equally committed to protecting legal commerce. If a transaction is legal, our policy is to process the transaction.
That is not true at all. I had a cashier refuse to sell me condoms a long time ago. She left the register and I was just there by myself. Like, that's not okay. Why? Again, it's that conflation of moralism with your freedom. This is an attack on freedoms that is being framed as if it's for safety reasons or for, like, protecting children. It's the same playbook. It's the American method. We can't allow them to get away with framing this the way that they want to. This is exactly what the tech oligarchs want.
We do not make moral judgments on legal purchases.
Yes, you do. You block purchases for, again, sex workers, for cannabis dispensaries, now for anything that these companies now have declared as not safe for work based on these regulations. What you do allow payment for? Let's see. Things that are immoral, you often actually do. You don't pass moral judgments on bad things. Visa isn't denying payment to United Healthcare, even though they're responsible for the deaths of hundreds of thousands of people based on their AI algorithm that denies healthcare to people for no reason. That's immoral. That's a moral judgment you could make, but that you don't. But you do make a moral judgment when the 21-year-old who wants to pay for her college, which she shouldn't have to do anyway, by making an OnlyFans. Well, you don't really help her out with that one, do you? You do make a moral judgment. These people are full of shit. You can buy firearms, you can buy alternative medicine products. They don't shut that shit down, yeah. And to be clear, they shouldn't. I don't want payment processors deciding what you're allowed to do. Visa and MasterCard's only job should be, in even like, whether or not like changing the system, put that to the side. Under our current system, the only job Visa and MasterCard and PayPal should have is to take money from you and then give it to the people that you're trying to give money to. And that's it. They have no other role. None.
Is made by consumers. This is a very strong statement. Visa claims they don't judge what people buy if it's legal. And if a purchase is legal, they process.
Well, I agree. I also don't think PayPal should exist, but under the system where it does, it should also not be able to make any decisions about how its platform is being used when we're talking about legal people, but legal content being purchased legally by people in countries where that content is legal.
That's it. This sounds great. This is what you would assume a payment processor would do. But if you have been paying attention at all to the situation, you would know this is simply not true. From games to crypto, guns, anime, porn, even energy companies, and so much more. But back to Visa's statement. If they don't make moral judgments, what does that even mean? It means they claim they don't care if content is adult, violent, or controversial.
And that's just an entire flat out lie. Like, it's never, ever, ever remotely been true. Cool, okay, that's not really much of a difference on what they're saying there until this bit. Here we go.
Information we have from them is the new rule change and an official worded response they gave out to multiple different journalists. In their response, Valve hinted heavily that payment processors were threatening to cut them off. They stated they had to retire certain games because losing payment methods would prevent customers from buying any titles on Steam.
As in, now, if you go look at Steam's terms and conditions, it doesn't say that, they just have to follow the law. No, it says, the games that they host on their site now also have to be in accordance with the terms of service of their payment process. This is them worming their way into the infrastructure. This is them worming their way into your personal life. This is an attack on your freedom. And unfortunately, because of this, because of the way they've done this, it's going to allow tech companies to be able to make that exact claim, to be able to continue doing their human farming operation. By the way, there's literal malware in crypto miners games that get G released on Steam, and these payment processors seem to not care about that. Well, of course, that's what I mean. Like, this comes from inside the house. The call is coming from inside the house. They don't care about making your life better. This doesn't make sense. They want to make the most money. Why would they stop the money coming in? It's not about making the most money. It is, and they still do. It's about deciding where you're allowed to spend your time. where you're allowed to go with your time and spend your money. They make money, the payment processors, from you buying things. They are in the middle of all of the industries. They are very deeply connected to them. And so by doing something like this that will cost them money in the short term, even under the best circumstances, in the most good faith possible circumstances, to answer your question, pre-breakfast banana, even if this loses them money in the short term, the resulting backlash from this, the association of any kind of regulation with censorship, means they make more money in the future. Because here's an example. This started in Australia. And thank you, Headless Chicken. I'll open that in a second and we'll have a look at it. But to really make it clear where this is coming from. So in Australia, we are banning social media for those that are under 16. In fact, YouTube is included in this. YouTube works with Stripe, one of the payment processors that is implementing this. Now, if the country of Australia has passed a law saying that we're going to ban social media for people under 16, we now need to be able to figure out a way to keep track of the age of people who are on these sites. And the way that the Australian government has decided to do that is a way that already works in favor of these same tech companies that they want to regulate, so it's incredibly stupid. But B, requires, under that plan that they have laid out, ID checks. Now, there's the conflation of censorship of what you can see, plus your privacy is at risk. Because of both of these together, the likelihood of being able to make actual change, to enact worthwhile legislation, is much more difficult. It serves to poison the well.
YouTube will soon be out of bounds for young Australians. After having banned other social media platforms for under 16s last November, Anthony Albanese's government added the Alphabet-owned video streaming site to the ban.
Social media companies have a social responsibility. That's why today we're pleased to announce that our government is tabling rules that specify which types of online services will be captured in our world-leading laws. Importantly, following advice from the e-Safety Commissioner, young people under the age of 16 will not be able to have accounts on YouTube.
YouTube had been exempt from the looming social media ban, but Australia's internet regulator urged the government to overturn that carve-out.
Now, I do agree with this, by the way. First off, it's just accounts. They can still go on YouTube. The argument that YouTube gave for why they should be exempt from this was because their content is educational, which, no. Half of the shit on YouTube is AI slop. That is not a justification. Also, no, it's never been about educating children. They are trying whatever they can to get themselves out of this. But now collective action has gifted them this ability to reframe the issue as a free speech issue. This lets people like Google CEO, like Zuckerberg, like like Musk, like Bezos, from being able to be able to continue to play the victim. They've been doing this for ages. They did this in America. This is why Elon Musk was shouting about free speech for ages. Was it because he gave a single shit about free speech? No, of course not. It was because it helped get him into a position where he can make decisions, and it's free speech for me, but none for thee. It's replicating the same framework that we've seen employed over and over and over again. This is a weapon that they're going to use. This is going to be cited now against any kind of legislation. It's going to be taken to court and be called overreach. It's going to be propagandized to really drill home to the average person that any attempt at regulation, any attempt at working to better the digital well-being of the people is an effort for censorship. it's poisoning the well and making any real conversation on this topic incredibly difficult, because now there's a roadblock that we have to get through. Now, anytime you want to talk to somebody who isn't well versed on this subject, you first are going to get a question of, well, what about the censorship? And then you have to go through and explain that to them. And having that roadblock, as we've seen play out over and over and over again, is a giant weapon in their hands. People don't want to change their minds anyway. Sweet, this is the end of the internet. People will have to meet in person to speak freely. Well, I would hope so. And in fact, like, that is how we should be regulating these companies. It shouldn't be just about regulating access. In fact, like, I do agree with regulating access. I do think we should ban access to some of these sites, but not in a way that's punitive. There needs to be an effort to treat the root cause and not just the symptoms. We can't just be focused on access. I want to regulate mechanics. I want to regulate the endless scroll feature that literally works like you're playing the slot machines. I want to regulate microtransactions. I want to regulate autoplay. I want to like, these things are functional ways that you could reduce the power and ability for them to farm your attention that these companies have. But just focusing on access without doing anything more is never going to work. Even if you do it perfectly without any backlash, people will find a way around. You have to give, it's like a child who's screaming and crying and throwing a tantrum when you take their toy away. If you give them another toy when you take the one from them, they're less likely to do that. That approach attacks capitalism? Yeah, well, you know, unfortunately, for them, that's kind of required. Regulations about content recommendation algorithms would be good to have. Yes, we need to work on that as well. Like, there's a lot you can do. You need to be able to, like, provide people with third spaces to go so that this doesn't feel punitive. Invest in them. Like, community hubs, too. Public living rooms, public common areas, places with, tools, with couches, with, you know, like, I don't know, a pool table, like, shit that you can do. Gardens to work in, stages to like, you need to be able to invest in places where people want to spend time in, so that they don't want to spend time online. In fact, we'll talk more about this when we get into the privacy side of it, but there are some really, really clear and demonstrable ways that you could reduce the power of these companies and enact digital well-being measures that make people's lives better. First and foremost, though, we need to stop allowing them to frame the conversation as a moral issue. It's not a moral issue. It's a healthcare issue. This is about addicting children and adults to their content creation algorithms, and then having you farmed for attention so that they can sell your data for ad revenue. Can't we just leave everything alone for max freedom and punish people after the fact? Seems like it will just lead to every comment box we have to go through an agency to see if it's okay to post. Well, that's the issue that I'm trying to, like, address here, is the way that they want to go about it reduces your freedom. But we don't have to do it that way. The way that, you know, the UK and Australia is pushing back on social media sites and their effects on, like, youth is just by engaging in further surveillance capitalism. Age verification checks, expand data harvesting. We need privacy built into this. We also need to incentivize people to not spend as much time online. We need to incentivize young people to not go into content creating as a job. As in, let's say, pilot programs for universal basic income for people under the age of 25, for example. You know, giving these young people some money so that they spend a little bit more time thinking about what they want to do. Maybe they go and get, you know, further education instead of having to sell their attention to TikTok and Meta and Twitch and YouTube to be farmed like cattle for attention. I say we ban TikTok, YouTube Shorts, force children to watch video essays on... No, none of that shit. I say we ban, like, their algorithms. No, I don't care about forcing children to watch essays on science, philosophy, and theory. That's not gonna work. You don't force people to change into, like, to change for the better. You incentivize. Forcing is never going to work. It's exactly what they want. You're playing into their hand with that one. How else do you brain rot children? Like I've said, you, focus on addiction as the main issue here, that these companies are addicting children in order to groom them into being brainwashed little slaves, sheep that will continuously consume, pushing back on that surveillance apparatus by building free community centers, public commons for both young people and everyone else that are safe, that have engaging reasons to go to, tools, gardens. Like, you need to give these people something when you take it away from them. You can't just take away access without implementing something else. Again, a pilot program for universal basic income for people under 25 to incentivize young people to find a career or a hobby instead of content creation is a massive, massive blow to their ability to continue to farm these children. No child should have to sell their attention so they can be farmed for engagement. We need to normalize calling this what it is instead of sanitizing it for them. Hell, I've been saying digital well-being. That's a scam too. It's a global human farming operation. I want to bring back home shop class, like, yeah, wood cutting, cooking class. Talk to them. Me listening to Jacques Fresco give a 2-hour lecture on resource economics? Yeah. We should ban social media and support social communities, preferably in public. I agree, but you guys are missing the point. Right now, they have already succeeded in tying any kind of ability to regulate these industries as an attack on freedom. There is no banning it anymore because they have won in that messaging. We have to break that first. We have to cut through the bullshit first. Okay, now this is just you, Captain Buggy, just being mad at young people. Because all that shit is just like, those are just millennial words that are changed. Like cap is, like back in the day, that would have been, das cap is, wait, are you dead ass? Or, you know, like, words change. I don't give a fuck about their words. Yeah, linguistics evolve. I'm more worried about the fact that there is, like, a profitable industry based on causing addiction that we don't cause what it is. Like, we don't call it what it is. Nobody talks about this as an addiction issue. Nobody talks about the fact that every student in high school right now is addicted to their phone, like a drug, that this in your brain via MRI scan is provably directly exactly the same as you playing the slot machines at a casino. Like, there is so much we can do to take this narrative away from them, to flip the book on them. It's not about ignorance, it's about complicity. Stop allowing them to dictate how we talk about this. They are calling not safe for work shit porn. Why? Well, we saw it in America because it launders their actual beliefs. It calls people who want to actually put regulations in place hyper moralist Puritans and makes it so that nobody wants to listen to you. We have given up on trying to address the issue. The places trying to understand and address it are exceptions, and that is so fucked. Yeah, we address the symptoms, not the root cause. And the only way to get through this is by grounding the policy and politics to address these issues in public health data, in reason, in psychosocial like models, grounding it in actual data, and not allowing them to, you know, just dismiss that like it's nothing. Focusing on addiction mechanics instead of access. Educating people on how addiction works. Nobody knows how, like, TikTok is no different than cocaine in the sense that it activates literally the same parts of your brains. Yeah, this credit card companies doing reverse psychology on us? This is the bourgeoisie engaged in psychological warfare on you. And all of us, pre-breakfast banana. It's not just the credit card companies, but yes, this is the capital class using psychological warfare. We have literally talked about this in my addiction class. It's so ignored that it's amazing to me that even is the case, Brain Matter. I'm glad, but we need to normalize calling this an industry based in the addiction of children. Look how quickly cigarettes were regulated when we started talking about, you know, how they were advertising to children. I have a video suggestion I think I will enjoy. I should put it in chat. Please do put it in chat. I mean, I have a few lined up that are quite long on this subject. In fact, we probably might not talk about much else today other than this. But first off, here we go. Go and sign that petition. It's fantastic. Again, not to say that it will, you know, do much at the moment, but drugs, how the left and right both failed America. I do like that video. I'm going to throw that in my links and I will have a look at that later. I appreciate it when we continue on this, because this is about addiction. It is 100% about addiction. It's about a profitable industry based in generating addiction. If we get rid of cell phones for children, they're probably going to be depressed. And again, stop talking about access. Captain Buggy, it's not about access. It's about providing them incentive to not. It's about giving them a reason to not want to be on their phone. Again, the UBI for people under 25, the publicly funded common rooms, the public commons areas, that's what I've been saying though. Have you been listening? Like, I literally said exactly that like about 7 times. That needs to happen at the same time. You can't take something away from somebody and not give them something at the same time. You will never have good outcomes doing so.
Citing a survey that found 37% of minors reported harmful content on the site. The ban outlaws YouTube accounts for those younger than 16, but will allow parents and teachers to show videos on it to minors. YouTube argues it should not be considered a social media site as it is primarily used for watching videos, but the Australian government says...
What kind of fucking... hold on. What kind of argument even is that? Oh, sorry, we're not social media because we're primarily used for watching videos? What the fuck do you think TikTok is?
It employs the very same methods to funnel content to users as other social media platforms.
There is a place for social media. There is no place for predatory algorithms, and that's what we're cracking down on.
But you're not, and that's the issue. Because part of this crackdown involves age verification. So first off, now we have several competing factors here. We have the moralists psyoping the entire process of regulating this as a attack on your freedom. And then we have the people who are actually trying to make a change and trying to take away the power of these social media companies, but doing so in a way that just results in them getting exactly what they want. Expanding data harvesting. I mean, you know, here's Jason Clare MP. Our social media for kids under the age of 16 ban starts in December. It's an important step to protecting them from the cesspit of social media. I agree. I'd rather protect them from the cesspit of the Murdoch media. I also agree. We can do both.
We've already banned mobile phones in schools, and we're already seeing a real-life example of the sort of difference that it's making.
That's not a conspiracy theory, pre-breakfast banana. I have a conspiracy. They want everyone to be 18 plus because they want to vacuum our data into AI. They can't consume data from minors. They do that anyway. You do realize that the data they're feeding to AI is illegal already. They're feeding copyright content. They're stealing from people. They are using minors as well. They're already doing that. It's not a conspiracy theory. It is the reason, by the way. They want no privacy so that they can feed all of your data into an AI. It's just, it has nothing to do with the fact that they have less access to minors' data. I think the EU might be the only place that has that kind of restriction, but even then, like, adults have that kind of restriction in the EU anyway, and these companies are stealing that data and using it that way anyway, like the AI companies. There's massive lawsuits of protected, like, properties. Tens of thousands of authors are suing OpenAI. Actors, YouTubers, like, content is just scraped and stolen and then used to train AI, whether it is made by adults or by children or not. Laws for me, laws for thee, not for me. Yeah, always been the case. We can't allow them to get away with it.
Teachers tell us that children are more focused in the classroom. They also tell us that our playgrounds at lunchtime are noisier. Kids are playing and talking to each other rather than doom scrolling. But when school finishes, you know what happens. You see it if you drive past a bus stop at 3 o'clock. You can see kids with their heads down looking at their phone back into the cesspit of social media.
Look, I have a better way to frame this. He is correct here, but it feels to me like we've all seen the movie like Ready Player One, right? Where everyone has their, like, in real life body and then they would put on their VR headset and go into online space. It feels like we already do this without the VR glasses. Like, people live in two realities. There's your real life reality and then there's your online reality. And for a lot, in fact, I would argue most people, these are not the same thing. And that's a problem. They should be the same thing because you are still physically in the same reality, but we don't engage with the internet in a way that relates to the real world. We pretend like it's this ethereal, disconnected VR space, but it's not. It has real impacts, and we already do this. We, like, the MP here talking about how, you know, after school hours, suddenly all of the streets get quiet because the kids go back online. That's what that feels like. It's they all put their glasses back on. This doesn't need to be the case. The Ready Player One movie was massive. Okay, Boomer. The book focused, the Snow Crash book that it was based on, focused more on issues like corporate dystopias, the lack of jobs. They literally just took that book, stripped all of the anti-capitalist thought out of it, and created that movie. Which is, you know, unsurprising. That's also where Mark Zuckerberg got the name Metaverse from. This is why I make a point to carry my embroidery kit around with me on my own. I make a hard rule for myself not to immediately open my phone in transitional spaces, doctor's office, bus stops, pharmacies. That's fantastic. In fact, like, you know, I should probably spend more of the time making an active effort to do that. It is trained behavior. Again, this is a global human harvesting operation. They are farming you. Funny how I'm on social media watching someone talk about the issues in social media. I know. I'd much rather you be out in person talking about this in person with other people. But we have to take this ability back from them. It's like, I'm not exempt from this in any way. My brain's just as rotted. But, like, again, I don't want content creation to be the main avenue of income for young people and 20-somethings. I want them to have the ability to have a job or a hobby that they want to do. Again, give them the idea of a pilot program for UBI for literally just people 25 and under as a start to this is fantastic. I would, it'd be cool to do something like the Amish experiment, with like a cutoff for technology. Like, no, again, stop. It's not restriction. You don't need to restrict access. That's not the point. It's not useful. It's not. Even the Amish sneak telephones and cell phones in and start do lines of coke still in Amish like towns. That still happens. Jesus Christ, guys. I know you're joking, Captain Buggy, but come the fuck on. Try a little harder, guys. Like, this affects everybody. This is not even about children. Lines of code or coke. Probably both. The children here are just being used as a way to open the door. It's not about protecting kids. It's not about how the kids spend their time. This is a capitalism issue. It's not about children. It's about addiction for profit industries. This right here, right? What the closest comparison in reality to TikTok, YouTube, Twitch, Instagram, Facebook, you know what they are? It's cigarette companies. It's Purdue Pharma. That's the closest real life connection here. That's the closest comparison. I mean, one makes the other easier in reference to the lines. Yeah, I suppose that is true. This is a public health issue. It is. A lot of this is built on the book Bowling Alone, The Collapse and Revival of the American Community, but now more updated to issues with people being profited from. I mean, yeah, it's not even profited from. We are being farmed. Like we're cattle. You realize that. We're all in our little cubes. We all have our little sphere of influence that we don't get to reach that far behind. We don't get to decide what we spend our time consuming. I mean, they're literally fighting to prevent you from being able to even consume what you want to consume and then profiting off of it. Yeah, exactly. Like, it is profit from the internet, but it's not just profit from the internet. It's profit from your attention. It's profit from your data. It's profit from lying to you. It's profit from your addiction. They get children addicted to social media at a young age and get addicted for life. Exactly. We need to give children and youth an incentive to get off social media and find connections and other people in the real world. It's like cigarette companies. It's like vape companies. Marketing cigarettes to young kids back in the days, or marketing, vapes that are all like fruity and flavorful to kids these days. And then that also affects adults. Of course it does. Yeah. It's creating a base of consumers to subsist from just in general, but it's also about broadening the span of it. They want you to be a mindless drone. That's what social media makes you, for the most part. There is a concerted effort to brainwash you. We've talked about this at length. There's also the fact that they use this to engage politically. Again, go back to what we just talked about with Collective Shout. They talked about banning porn games and games based on sexual violence. What did they actually do? They got games that were not safe for work broadly banned. And what did that include? Literally just queer people existing. This is the same American playbook. It's like it is laundering their beliefs through the idea of family values, of youth protection, in order to produce control and bigotry. Psychoanalyze targeted capitalism. We need to engage psychologically and sociologically when we talk about politics. We don't do that anywhere near enough. Like, public health data is almost never cited. And I know that most people don't really get convinced by data. It's vibe these days, but you can still have both. We need to use that analytical, psychosocial, data-driven model to figure out the right approach. We can message it in both ways. Again, they want to addict your children to drugs. This is a drug to the brain. You scrolling on social media all day is a drug. And instead of regulating access, when you frame this as an addiction issue, as a healthcare issue, as we need to make addiction unprofitable. When you start talking about targeting features instead of access, mechanics, again, like autoplay, which makes you spend significantly more time watching videos or even just, on in the background, algorithms that determine what you get to see, labeling the addiction without creating stigma for it. These are much more doable and much more difficult for psyops like, the collective action bullshit to come in and say, oh, actually, no, this is about moralism. And in fact, everyone who talks about regulating social media just wants to ban pornography and censor you. Regulating access is like criminalizing drug abuse. It doesn't solve or address the issue in any way. It doesn't help at all. Exactly. Thank you so much. That is the best way to put it. The profit isn't just money, but includes time, distraction, killing longer forms of commentary, discussion, flattening nuance and critical thinking, stopping people from engaging actively, focusing on passive viewership. Absolutely. And this is also used as like a tool to propagandize to people. This is why half of the United States doesn't believe in reality. It's because all of this has already occurred. I'm looking at what's happening in the UK and Australia, and from my American perspective, this happened 10 years ago. I know what comes next. This did not start with the internet. No, of course not. Like I said, it's these same payment processors were doing this over a decade ago and even well before that. Visa and MasterCard were banning payments for cannabis dispensaries, even in legal states. They've been, like, anything they don't want. Anything that doesn't fit within the right-wing evangelical framework. Can you still play World War II games in Australia? Yeah. I mean, you can still play most games in Australia. Australia's always been pretty shitty when it comes to regulating games. But, I don't know the full list of games that got taken down from here. There's over 10,000 of them. When the capitalists dominate in every aspect of your working life, they had to extend it to your entertainment and what you pay attention to in every moment of your waking life, because that's how they propagandize to you. That is how they brainwash you. It's by infusing their beliefs and their mentalities and their ideology into all of your entertainment. That's why we have infotainment now. That's why you guys are watching me right now. I mean, not to say that I do much infotainment, but, I'm more just information. I don't know if I'd really say this stream is entertaining. It tends to be more upsetting than anything else, but the right-wing or in advertising, we're pushing hyper right-wing political views and propaganda way back in the 30s on, radio, yellow journalism, going back to at least Benjamin Franklin. This is just the evolved version of it. It's always been this. Think about all the small game creators who just immediately got fucked. Well, again, this is why you need to create new forms of income for young people. I don't want young people to primarily go into content creation. If you're 19 and you need money to pay for college, what are the ways that you can think about acquiring the money to do that? Well, legally, there's not really much unless unless you already have the means, which you still need some means to take out a loan. McDonald's ain't gonna pay for your college, buddy. It's sex work or, I don't know, get rich being a content creator that blows up by, chance. That's it. Those are your two options. I'm thinking of small game creators who were representing for, the art and representation. And that sucks. They'd be able to do that if you gave them UBI. Get a job, steal stuff, do illegalism, ask mommy and daddy. Yeah, well, I did say legally, at least. You are one of the most combative streamers that I watch. I hope that's a good thing, depraved ambiance. I mean, I try and not be too combative against, you guys. Sometimes I just get really, hyped or amped up, and so I might be a little bit meaner to chat than I, plan to be, but start a GoFundMe. Yeah, another way for them to steal your data and harvest it. Very good thing? Based. All right. I'm gonna go pee, and then when we come back, we're gonna keep on with this, the secret war to censor the internet, because it's more than just censoring your ability to engage with certain content. No, it's so much more than that. They are destroying the ability to use the internet. Now, you know what? Actually, before we watch this, I want to talk about the attack on privacy first, because I think it'll make it significantly clearer. Go. Let me just line up the links. I'm gonna go pee, and then when we come back, we can start talking about this. All right. And like the stream, y'all. Alright, let's talk about how they are trying to turn the internet into an even more available place for them to farm you. I wonder what other things my credit card will stop me from buying. Oh, that's a Coke too? Too much sugar for you, pal? Denied? Of course they wouldn't deny you purchasing a Coca-Cola. The Coca-Cola company pays them a lot of money. It's all about making what they don't want to exist illegal. It's not about harming what makes them money. It's about limiting what we can do to make money. It's, again, creating that world in which the only way to survive is to do crime. Why? Because they want you to go to prison, because they can enslave you. Now, that's not the case in Australia, but these people sure as hell would like to make it the case. This is, again, a concerted effort to export American political belief and ideology and fascism abroad. But it's not just that. But so, let's take a look at the UK for a second. This is their new approach to privacy.
Internet in the UK has been locked down. No, it actually has. It's taken everyone a bit surprised, but now you need ID to access everything from adult sites to Reddit to Discord to even possibly Wikipedia. The whole thing is a real mess and opinions are extremely divided.
You need ID to access Spotify now. Meaning there is literally no such thing as privacy now.
Even mine. So let's dive into all of it and what it...
Well, there's always ways, but for the average person, that this eliminates their ability to use the internet, even, you know, normal common social media sites privately. Do I need to show my ass to use the internet now? What the fuck is this? Yeah.
Means for you, right here on Scroll Deep with me.
Yeah, life will find a way, of course it will, but, you know.
Benedict Townsend, the show that keeps up with internet nonsense so you don't have to. Ever since the internet was invented in 2015, many people have asked whether there should be any kind of identity verification, especially to stop children accessing adult content, and it's always been a very fraught issue. It's always been a bit of a what if. Well, last week in the UK, it became reality. Millions of UK users opened platforms like Reddit, Discord, Blue Sky, and were greeted with a new requirement, age verification. They were like, hey, is this illegal? Hey, it feels illegal. Now, if you don't submit a picture of a government ID...
Remember, the entire goal of this is framed as regulating tech companies and social media companies. By doing this, they just are making these same exact companies have an even easier job collecting your information to sell. This benefits the exact people that this should be regulating. It's wild that people submit government IDs to private tech companies. Yes, this is surveillance capitalism, but that's becoming the standard for things. And that's why I'm talking about this. That's why I'm so very angry about this. Australia wants to do this too. Canada wants to do this too. This is, first of all, these are attacks on privacy in general, because they don't want you to be able to use the internet privately in general. But it's also, even when framed as an attempt to regulate these tech companies, is just doing what they want you to do anyway. This is working for them. I'm not sure that if this is like out of idiocy or just bad faith. With the UK, it could be either. Hello, fellow humans. Free Palestine. Also, yes, free Palestine. Hello, hello, an incorrigible heathen. Hello, what's up? Shenlong Khan.
Or have one of your selfies algorithmically verified, we'll come back to that, as belonging to an adult, then 18+ content on many platforms will just be inaccessible to you. It's a result of the 2023 Online Safety Act, which aims to protect children and adults online from illegal, harmful, and age-inappropriate content. It's content that I can't actually say out loud, but obviously it's like adult content, any content that promotes
Yeah, see, I just get shadow banned and say it anyway. You know, they're talking about, you know, officially sexual assaults, rape, violence, and all that just serves to limit really what people are allowed to see, and generally only limits what people would want to see if they were trying to do some good, you know, make positive change, because obviously this will not limit the rage bait, because that makes them money.
Harm, any negative content around eating, you know, that kind of stuff. It's specifically aimed to protect children, and on a top surface level,
it's specifically framed as if it is. I wonder if screenshots of characters from media could pass AI verification, just thinking out loud. Sure, but, you know, that's the thing with that kind of stuff, it will evolve throughout. This is evil and profit-driven. Yeah, 100%. This serves the same people it's meant to regulate. This is exactly what they want you to do. This is allowing them to reframe this as a, what is this video? We're talking about how countries all over the world are attacking privacy under the pretense of protecting children. They're saying, you know, they're regulating social media by making it so you have to upload your ID to social media to be able to use social media so that they can more easily harvest and, you know, sell you online. This is not about children. It is about human farming.
Level, that does seem good. But there are a lot of caveats and weird downsides to this act, with issues around data, privacy, safety risks, including banning Wikipedia. Yes, it sounds like clickbait, but no, the government wants to label Wikipedia.
Hey, hello, hello, hello. Welcome, Raiders. Everyone go and drop the chap a follow. Day streamer. What's up, everybody? We're just talking about how every, country in the world that in the last week has decided to shoot themselves in the foot in terms of regulating tech industries. We've already touched on Australia a bit. Oh my goodness. Thank you, Cosmopolitics too. Welcome, welcome, Raiders. I don't think I could do 2 shout-outs so close together, but hold on. Yeah, no, I can't give you a shout-out right now for another 2 minutes, but everyone please go and drop Cosmopolitics a follow too, another base streamer. So, yeah, right now we are discussing the UK's age verification system to protect children, which is literally just playing into the same company's hands that it's meant to regulate. We are also touching on how Australia is attempting to do the same, trying to impose age verification checks on the social media ban for people under 16. which again plays exactly into the hands of the people they are trying to regulate. So the government thinks everyone is a criminal now. Hey there, you should show me your papers. Okay, so you can see Wikipedia now. Well, again, it's not about protecting people. It's not about crime. This is about normalizing a association of censorship when it comes to regulation on tech and social media, instead of associating this as a public health issue, as an addiction for profit model that is trying to be regulated. They want to keep making money from addicting you, from addicting children, and to farm you for your attention. Like you're a cow, like you're a sheep, locked in a cage in your little cube, just scrolling away. That's the goal here. It's the same goal with groups like, what were they? I cited them earlier. Collective Shout. It's the same outcome there. It is the conflation of censorship with regulation. If you want to actually change things, you don't regulate access, you regulate mechanics. You can regulate access, but you have to give people something at the same time. The capitalists might fight for a right for deregulation since we are now the means of production. That is funny. But again, we have to reframe this. Ground the actual fight in reality, in science, in psychology, in sociology. Educate people on addiction. Fight against the addiction mechanics instead of just access, like endless scrolling, like autoplay, like microtransactions, like micro rewards. Push back against the surveillance state. The expand, privacy by design laws, investing in third spaces, and stop calling them that because that's, again, a lobbying term. These places should be common areas, public commons, places that are free, funded with taxpayer funds, or honestly, just the money that we, fine these companies for literally poisoning the youth and using their attention as, a commodity. In creating youth centers, public living rooms, public common areas, not even just youth centers, that have tools, that have places, that things to do, games to play, like physical things, couches, pool tables, a stage, a garden. Allow these people a chance to find something fun to do. A UBI would be great. Even just like a trial for people under 25. Give kids under 25 universal basic income and incentivize these kids to not go into content creation and then selling their attention for farming themselves to be used by TikTok for the extra $2 they get from that one kid? No way. Oh, I didn't see you were in the chat. My comment was in regards to the through line of topics between you and Visora. I just was being cheeky. Oh, wow. Did you talk about stuff like this as well on your stream as a chat? Thank you for the follow, Buncor. And for the bits, Squy Tolo? I self-report every time. That's very funny. All right. Now let's get back to it, because what the UK has done here is just expanded surveillance capitalism. They've done literally nothing to help and just poison the well on any further restrictions. Just like how Shout people. I keep forgetting their name. Collective Shout people in Australia poison the well on any further ability to talk about restrictions on social media content here. That's a concerted effort. It's on purpose.
Yeah, as a category 1 site, which is the top category in terms of severity. This is basically because the way that they've constructed this, it's not about how adult the website is. It's kind of mostly about how many people visit the website, weirdly. And because a lot of people visit Wikipedia, that puts it in category 1 as far as I understand.
They literally need you to age verify to go on Wikipedia because a lot of people use it. They want you to age verify for Spotify. This is not about not safe for work or adult content. This is about surveillance capitalism. I prefer bourgeois democracy to at least even this. This is not bourgeois democracy. I'd rather have that back. Britland is lost. No, this is not about Britland. This is not just about England. Australia is doing this. Canada's doing this. The commodity that is pushed as essential with apps like TikTok is how many likes you can accrue. Exactly. It's selling your soul, your body, your mind to be farmed for attention. Fuck, you've been on an hour already? Normally you're at the top of my channels when you get on. Oof, maybe they are shadow banning me. What are they doing in the UK? They've thrown out their collective brains. What do you think they're like? They've thrown out their brains a long ass time ago. Think of the children, fucking liberals. Yeah, except they don't think about the children. Again, like I said this earlier, this isn't about the children. This is a concerted effort. It's a playbook that's been employed in the United States. It's a playbook that was employed back in Nazi Germany. It's a playbook that tech oligarchs continue to employ. It's youth protection is used to justify continuing to launder bigotry and to call any kind of reform or regulation Puritans or moralists or extremists. Stop buying into it. Call it what it is. This is an addiction for profit model. And I don't give two shits. We cannot allow the framing of free speech as opposed to regulating addiction for profit models to win out. We can't. We just cannot.
Which is very strange. It basically means Wikipedia would have to enforce ID verification on its moderators as well as its visitors. Wikimedia, which is the company that owns Wikipedia, fun, they've now actually taken the government to the High Court in the UK saying, quote, "We are taking action now to protect Wikipedia's volunteers as well as the global accessibility and integrity of free knowledge." In court, the site's lawyers even floated the idea of a monthly quota of users in order to keep it below category 1, meaning that to access Wikipedia, you'd have to basically cap how many people can visit it, and it would almost be like buying a ticket to a concert where only so many people
It's almost like they don't want you to have access to, like, you know, information
are allowed in, which seems bad. That's still unfolding. It seems like the government is not super set on this situation. You know, Wikipedia is like the last good source of like proper information.
It is literally the only part of the internet that I would be like okay with keeping. If you gave me a button that I could press that would like erase all of the internet except for Wikipedia, I would press it immediately. Immediately.
On the internet ever since they broke Google with AI. So like we kind of need Wikipedia to be available to kids and to everyone. It does seem like the government is not like hard set on this though. I think the government admits that they're going to have to finagle this a little bit. Now there are some interesting exceptions to this. Whereas the Act is quite strict on adult content, it's also more liberal and more protective of journalistic content. Social media sites and sites in general are now required not to arbitrarily remove or infringe on journalistic content. Social media.
Yes, that's the protect the right wing. Don't forget, you know, journalism is only protected when you're a right winger in the modern day. At least in the UK and America is concerned. I'm not sure that that's exactly going to be the case when we're talking about like Canada and Australia, but there's time. Again, all of this comes from a massive effort to export this ideology. No one believes this shit off the like no one's sitting at home thinking about we need to ban 10,000 video games from Steam and isn't doing so with more than just, you know, I want to get porn games banned. It's payment processors being heavily involved, as they've always been in the industry. It's about removing the ability for avenues of content to be generated that are truthful by making it more difficult for you to be able to understand where reality lies by blurring the boundaries. By blurring the boundaries between freedom of speech and censorship, by blurring the boundaries between not safe for work and porn content, by blurring the boundaries between not safe for work and queerness. There's so many moving parts to this that it cannot be summed up in anything less than, like, I don't know, I guess this entire stream is going to be about this. But this is all part of surveillance capitalism. And this, by the way, is nothing new. Surveillance capitalism is just the next stage that came after when, like, the 80s, where we were brainwashing the population with mainstream media, with, you know, television. And then the 90s that we did that too. And then the 2000s where we did that too. And then we got social media. Now it's just the evolution of that. We've been doing this for decades. Subscription you need for, you know, brain to produce happy chemicals. Yeah, the addiction they're selling you. Again, the closest possible comparison between today's tech companies and social media companies to like a past industry would be cigarettes and vape companies marketing to children, would be Purdue Pharmaceuticals and how they marketed oxycodone. Knowingly, willingly, purposefully addicting the population for profit. That's the entire goal.
Are required to protect, quote, democratically important content, such as posts supporting or opposing particular political parties or policies. On the one hand, they're trying to kind of clamp down on adult stuff. On the other hand, they're actually trying to protect journalistic stuff, which, again, seems good in theory. Now, the new law requires you to upload a valid ID, like a driver's license, passport, or scan your face. Of course, the face scanning has already been tricked. People have been tricking the face scanning using the guy from Death Stranding, which is very fun.
And again, this kind of stuff only works for a short amount of time and also is then used to improve the AI, which is going to scan your face when you're outside from street cameras, police car vehicles, your dash cam, the security footage in the store you walked into. So every time you try and spoof, you know, your access into a site by using a fake picture, it learns and then gets better at identifying your real face. Because, of course, Palantir and companies like that have a hand in this as well. They're not just farming you for your like consumption. They're not just farming you for your engagement. No, they're also farming your literal biometric data so they can use that to enslave you later down the line even more so.
I don't know why they would even introduce that. That seems so easy to trick. But there are obviously even more.
That's why.
Obvious ways of getting around this, like using a VPN, right? If you don't know what a VPN is, it's a thing.
Oh, they banned VPNs technically too.
That basically disguises your location online, and you can kind of circumvent a lot of online barriers. And that sounds illegal, but easy there, Pink Pantherus. It's perfectly legal.
I say technically because it's incredibly difficult to actually do that.
And since the law came into effect, VPNs have been the most downloaded things on the Apple App Store because everyone's just getting VPNs in order to bypass having to upload their ID. Now, of course, websites like Netflix and other places, they have the tech to stop VPNs. So if the government really wanted to, they could also clamp down on people using VPNs to avoid the law, but who knows if they'll do that. Also, we have to bring up, be careful when trusting a VPN. How do the VPNs...
We'll talk about VPNs in a second. Don't get me started on VPNs. Don't trust them at all. They're not trustworthy. Nobody will convince me that Peter Thiel isn't the Emperor from Star Wars. Well, you know, that fucking demon is the one responsible for a lot of what's going wrong in the world right now and is very, very happy about this. Remember that it's not just, you know, the government, it's payment processors, including PayPal, which Peter Thiel had a hand in this. I'm pretty sure you'd be here on this. I fucking hate how people describe VPNs. That isn't what that VPNs do. Not even a little bit, yeah. Like, not even remotely. VPNs only hide your data from your ISP in that, like, they might not see exactly where it's going, but even that isn't the case because you can tell whether someone is on a VPN using packet data because a lot of the VPN companies use very similar, like, endpoints. It's a whole thing. I would trust, like, the paid VPN I use over the ISP that I use, sure, but which paid VPN do you use? Like, Proton, for example, is not remotely safe. They will sell you out to the government, and then you will go to prison. Molvad, maybe. Maybe. Yeah, exactly. Molvad is maybe. They're decent. They don't hold on to information based on, like, what I know of the last time the police raided Molvad headquarters and demanded that they give up data, and they didn't have any. But they could change that at literally any point in time. They don't have to, like, tell you. They don't have to tell you.
make their money. Instead of giving your data to a website, you're just giving all your data and your location to a VPN. And lots of very upstanding VPNs.
Surfshark, Jesus, yeah. NordVPN, Surfshark, all of those are ExpressVPN, they're trash. Depends on the subject. For info on like events people, it's skewed and biased and not credible source. For scientific subjects, it's good. Yeah, on Wikipedia, I was gonna say that's pretty standard. Also, like, it's just really good to check the sources in Wikipedia. I remember reading about how the feds took down an entire dark web vendor by compromising one of the most trusted vendors and making him start a fake VPN software aimed at only dark web vendors, and they fell for it. And one by one, the VPN outed the entire network. Yeah, that's not surprising. Like, VPNs are not secure. I'd only pay for a VPN with a gift card bought by Cash or Monero, though. Totally defeats the purpose that if you're going to give them your name or details. Exactly, yeah. You can go and buy like a gift card using Cash at like a, I don't know, gas station that doesn't have a camera, or maybe like, I don't know, wear a COVID mask. Well, you go buy your gift card with Cash. I've been using Molvat for years. I like it. I still don't trust it, though. You should not trust anything on the internet. You shouldn't. I could be AI for all of you, for all you know. Don't trust anything on the internet. Or has been good to me so far. Fuck Northern Express. Thanks, I'll start using it a bit more. Yeah. Good. Glad we all agree.
But at the same time, you know, everything these days is just about selling data. So you have to ask, you know, are the VPNs doing this out of the kindness of their heart, or do they want your data?
No, they sell it too. That's why I like Molvad, because they don't hold anything to sell, at least based on, you know, what I know, and at least based on their profits would have gone up dramatically if they started selling data that they recently started keeping.
While a lot of sites have already started to comply, including places like Blue Sky, Discord, as I mentioned, many have just not really bothered. LBC has found at least 50 sites using a simple Google search that either had no age verification or just had very flimsy checks that you could just easily overcome. Thank you for this important reporting, LBC. I love the idea of them just sat at the computer trying to think of adult sites that they can look up in the name of work. There's also an interesting other dimension to this, which is that you have to ask, well, there is one particular site that's only for fans, you know the one, that's actually...
It's almost like this kind of issue is not new and traces back, at the very least, back to OnlyFans, going back even further. It's all framing safety through moralism. This isn't how this works at all. This is, again, someone said this earlier in chat, this is like treating drug addiction by criminalizing, like, buying drugs. Does it do anything to make people safer? No, not even a little bit.
A British company, and that company has actually now become a huge part of the British economy. That company paid $148 million in corporation tax last year. So this website that's only for fans paid more.
Hyper moralistic bullshit is the way I would put it. Tumblr explosion apocalypse, the classic example of that. Oh yeah, I remember that. Remember, they banned porn on there because it was supposed to be more child friendly, except then it ruined the site because banning pornography did take out some of the things on there that were bad, but did it do anything useful? No, people just moved to a different place. The thing is, as I've said, you cannot change this by just regulating access. You have to give people something when you take it away. If you take the baby's toy, they will start crying. If you give them a new toy, they'll give you the old one without as much trouble. If you create a system in which it feels like you're punishing the citizens, the consumers, the people, and not the companies, it won't produce good outcomes. Weird, people selling nudes gave the government the money to stop people from looking at their nudes. Yeah, it did. Yes, I'm not on a different thread of thought, just got here in chat. Nah, you're fine. It's almost like platforms feel like they own their audience. Sorry, bitches, you don't owe us, own us anything. We don't owe you anything. Exactly. That is literally the case. This is why these companies don't give a shit if they lose a little bit of income. If the ban on, you know, not safe for work games that results in 10,000 games getting taken off Steam hurts the companies that work with the payment processors a little, but not enough to really make them go bankrupt or stop being able to work with them. Well, now nothing has changed from the payment processor's perspective. Nothing has changed from the bourgeois, like, capital class's perspective. The only thing that has changed is from your perspective of what you're allowed to access online. How much privacy do you have online, which already is minuscule. Like, the amount of hoops you have to jump through to get even a remote amount of privacy is already insane. It's laughable to think that this has any good outcomes.
Into the British taxpayer system than Google did? And if you're limiting websites like that, does that take money out of the government's pocket? Possibly. But at the same time, do we want to stop children going on that website? I would say yes. And I think if you're protesting that too hard, I think that's weird. There's also another fundamental problem with asking.
Yeah, that's a good point, Oxpecker. Instead, you got to use the Nazi app so people think they can't goon without absorbing peripheral hate speech. You know, like, even Elon Musk is mad about this shit, and that he's the guy that did literally exactly the same playbook as we're watching them do right now, which is by conflating free speech with anti-regulation, and then as soon as you have the ability, removing the free speech element and just censoring your opponent's speech. It's the same thing. This is a narrative to justify surveillance and control by the profiteers, by the same people that are addicting and poisoning your brain, your kid's brain, your friend's brain, your sister's brain, your parents' brain. Your country is being poisoned by these people so that they could be used as cattle. I personally don't think that anyone should have to sell their attention to pimp their brain out to fucking Meta to be able to, A, first off, live, B, to go online. Like, we're not even talking content creation. Literally just going online.
Is breaking the anonymous internet, and if you think this only impacts those of you watching from the UK, well, you need to pay attention because this is a global pattern that we need to talk about. And yes, this is right after I talked about the global attacks on encryption. So these new UK requirements will have different ways of verifying you across the internet. And you might think, okay, this is only to help kids prevent content they're not supposed to be looking at, which is how this is all branded. However,
again, even if that was the case, that wouldn't work.
Privacy advocates like myself.
No, it's not the Anglosphere. This is the kind of stuff that you see in, you know, the East too. Like, this already exists in other parts of the world. This is surveillance capitalism. It's, like, foundational. Our phones make us a product. Literally, yeah.
And countless other...
This is why I say, sorry to keep pausing and starting it again. This is why I say all the time, if you really feel like you need to scroll on social media, you should try and make an effort to do so on a computer rather than on a phone. Start like a laptop or anything. If you want to scroll on Instagram, go do it on a computer. You'll have a better time, you'll spend less time on it, and you won't get distracted as easily. It's an easy way to pass a bill if you vote against you hate children. Yeah, stop letting them have that kind of a framing. We're allowing that framing. What they just did does not help children. I want to call that shit out. What they just did is a plan. It's not speculation. It's a documented blueprint used by authoritarian profiteers to fracture resistance while expanding control. First, they generate and associate an idea that they call like sexual degeneracy. They cause a moral panic. They label a group of people, generally queer people, in this case, I don't know, gamers, as sexual degenerates, and then create a moral panic, use that to justify bans, and then use that banning, weaponizing that like effect that they themselves caused to then position censorship as either child protection or position regulation as censorship to avoid regulation. OnlyFans started out for like music creators. Yeah, that is true.
People have warned for the longest time now, this has much bigger implications than just adult websites. If you're on Blue Sky, Blue Sky's not going to be able to let you in. People are having to age verify to use Reddit, to use Discord, and I will touch on methods to get around this towards the end of the video. So how do websites comply with this? There's different methods, and each of them have different privacy implications. So there's facial age estimation using facial recognition. You can use open banking, digital identity services, credit card age checks, email-based age estimation, mobile network operator age checks, and
remember, like, I'm not old enough to remember this, but I know that some of you are. How many of you are old enough to remember the fact that the Beatles was getting called like degenerate satanic music? Oh my god.
Photo ID matching. Of these, by far my least favorite that impacts a lot of you out there is when you actually have to physically upload your ID cards, and this is what I've seen to be some of the most
I don't like the Beatles either. Doesn't matter. They're not satanic in the slightest.
common. What's wrong with this is it requires you to hand over a lot more information that is necessary to just say, I am 18. If you go to...
You hand it over specifically, by the way, to the tech company. Like, this is just increasing their ability to surveil you, to take your data, to farm you like an animal in their addiction for profit industry. It is interesting in terms of bots, though. If half the internet is bots, do they need to go through photo ID? No, bots can usually be identified by their, like, traffic patterns. And so either, like, the bots get filtered out or the bots just make it through because they're not a person.
A bar and you walk in, when you hand them an ID, they normally just check to see what the date of birth is. They're not looking what your home address is. They're not asking you for your height. They're not asking you for anything else about your life. And as we see why this can be concerning is lots of these websites don't actually properly store and handle that data. We just saw the safety dating app that's supposed to keep people safe leak everybody's IDs. And now it's all over the internet.
It's almost like there is no such way to keep data safe. We see a massive data leak, a massive hack happening literally every fucking day. Why in the holy hell should I think that the social media sites that regularly get hacked are going to be able to safely store my data, or B, the government is going to be able to safely store my data? They just proxy to a country where that website doesn't do this? Yeah, except there are also crackdowns on that. And it's becoming increasingly more difficult to do that without significant technical literacy, Captain Buggy. They're damaging just being able to use a VPN. And like that barely does anything.
And it's all because they required KYC as well as this age verification. It's not doing a lot to protect kids if we're going to be leaking all of their information.
Oh, like the bots. Yeah, the bots will be fine. The bots will always be fine. They'll literally, like, hack in. Are you kidding me? You know, most of these bots are just, like, AI models now. AI is half the reason we keep seeing data leaks getting worse and worse and worse, and encryption getting worse and worse and worse. Because, companies are firing, like, coders, are firing human developers and replacing them with AI vibe coders, which is resulting in buggy, like, UIs, buggy frameworks, buggy code that's easy to hack into. And then secondly, it's also easy to hack and jailbreak the AI to tell you how to do illegal things, and then bad actors then use that to do illegal things. You can have a local AI that you get off the dark web run on your computer, and it can help you do illegal things. Now, you can't prevent that from happening, but it does make it quite a lot harder to be secure when, I don't know, like Microsoft is replacing its software developers with AI that's making broken code for Windows. Making all Windows devices that's running that broken code significantly less secure. Yeah, dark web bot, fetch me a Wikipedia article. Jesus Christ.
Information to the public anyway. I really want to reiterate that this has much broader implications than privacy, but when it comes to privacy, there are ways to do this in more privacy respecting ways. And we have some people in the comments of our community post who do mention that they did have experiences where it seemed like the ID was simply kept locally on device and then deleted right away. Of course, I'd like to verify that this...
That's not the worst. Still not useful though. Again, It's not just about restricting access. You need to restrict, like, mechanics. Restricting access will do literally, like, this is making it difficult for you to buy drugs in front of your house if you were a drug addict. Now you have to walk a block down the street to buy your drugs. Is that gonna stop the drug addiction? No, it's not. You need to incentivize, rehabilitation, recovery. We have to first be able to, the first step in getting through addiction is admitting it. We have to first start calling this an addiction problem. Thank you for the follow, Brick Griff.
This is in fact what's happening and is actually open source, but I disagree with some of these people who saying very much a nothing burger so far, as this has massive implications that we'll get into very shortly. Similarly, they can do credit card checks, which also means you're now having to upload and share your credit card. And there are third-party age verification services, and those privacy policies are pretty darn variable, and some of them are actually semi-privacy respecting, and some simply aren't. And the problem is that each of these websites is going to try their own thing, and I'm sure people are going to take mostly the laziest option to get this done, which is really...
I've said this before, and I will never stop saying it. Convenience is the tool that the capitalists use to enslave you. If it's more convenient for you to pick option B over option A, you should pick option A, in most cases.
Bad for you and your privacy, as well as just your basic human rights. Now, I'm not really in support of age verification that much, but if you were to ask me, Henry, what is the right way to do this in a privacy respecting way? I'm not saying this is the answer, and it's actually from an unexpected source. You wouldn't think that Google's going to do things properly, but actually, this is more of the stuff we need to see. I'm not saying...
I can provide my thoughts on this. So, as I said, I'm in favor of, like, Australia's ban on minors on social media for the under 16s. How can you do this without just, restriction? How can you do this without age verification checks that are gathering more data to be sold? Well, first off, as we've said, you implement systems that incentivize young people to want to be off social media. You give them the carrot as well, not just the stick. You can't feel punitive. It's not their fault. They didn't do anything wrong. They were just, addicted to this drug by a company that lied to them and got them addicted to this drug. Meta or TikTok in this case, or YouTube or whatever, like that they're Purdue Pharmaceuticals. What do you do? How can you verify who somebody is? Well, you can use something like PGP encryption. Like, I'm not a fan of ID verification checks, but if you needed ID verification checks and you ran them through a server that works via PGP encryption, that's significantly better than just putting it out there. PGP encryption, for those who don't know, is where half of the key is in your hand and half of the key is in the person you're sending it to's hand. So unless you have the key halves, then you cannot read that data. Like, if this is intercepted, the person intercepting it doesn't have yours or the other half of the key. They can't decipher it. Hey kids, we're gonna punish you for growing up in a society that set up and pushed you up to failure. True. Thank you for your stream. I need to go do other things now. Keep up the good work. Thank you for tuning in. I hope I see you next time. Every device shall be retrofitted with pepper spray micro canister and will spray when your body temperature of a typical child is detected. I'm sure that's like 1/10 of a degree difference from an adult. That'd be funny. But like, yeah, PGP seems like one of a decent like middle ground here, but I don't even think identity verification is the way to do this. In fact, I would say the best way to do this, if you really, really, really wanted to attack access, attack access via the actual social media company. They're responsible for determining whether you are a minor or not based on your, your activity profile. They already have enough data to determine that. It's not like they can't. It's not like they would have to gather more. You ban them from gathering more data, and then based on the current model, you produce like, okay, here's how you can figure out whether or not the content this person is likely engaging with is like a minor or not, and then give you a fucking phone call, like at the worst. But again, this isn't the way to do it. You don't want to attack access. It is like making buying drugs illegal. It's not going to solve the drug addiction. Like, there are so many better ways than they could have done it, which is why which is why it's so impossible for me to believe that at the very least with like the UK, that this wasn't intentional, that there was any good faith here, because they've done the worst possible thing down to the like most minute detail. Like, it would have been bad regardless of like many of the different things that methods that I listed, but they chose the worst method. Your phone basically shows where you log on, correlates. Yeah, if you have someone's phone number, you can find everything. I don't want any of it. Yeah, it's a slippery slope. Free internet. I absolutely agree. I was trying to make a point of like, there are significantly less worse ways they could have tried to do this. And the fact that they didn't makes it very difficult to believe that they even tried this in good faith.
This is exactly what needs to happen, but what this is Google has essentially an open source zero knowledge proof concept. The way this works is that, again, it's open source, it's done on your device, and all it does is it verifies mathematically with cryptography that you are either over or under 18, and then all it reports to websites is that yes, this person is or isn't over 18.
Like, that's not unreasonable. I don't like it, but that's not unreasonable. Not trying to get in trouble, but privacy is a joke in 2025. Let's say all of our info, a few taps and a few thousandth of a Bitcoin away from being in anybody's hands. Well, like, no. You're not going to get anyone in trouble. That's literally the standard. That is the industry only fact. Like, the industry is selling your data, and it is entirely legal. Like, for example, even when a company is not allowed to buy your data, like, let's say, companies like TikTok, right? We saw all of that fuss over Chinese companies being able to have access to the data of Westerners, and that's why we need to ban TikTok. Did you think that Meta wasn't selling data to TikTok already? Did you think that Meta wasn't buying data from TikTok too? Like, there's no such, yeah, they buy this shit wholesale. Thank you. Wait, multiple cameras, multiple microphones, GPS, temperature sensors, barometer inside my pocket, connected to every intelligence agency and AI on the planet, as well as off the planet. If you forget, there is literally like AI in space that can move satellites around, that is specifically gathering as much information as it can from you. This surveillance capitalism industry is built on addiction. It is built on negligence, it's built on exploitation, and it's built on authoritarianism. This isn't ignorance, this is complicity. We've seen this play out. We've seen it over and over and over again. There are real things you can do to make change, but they're doing none of them. And even in places like Australia, where there is an actual good faith effort to reduce the power of these companies, the lobbying is still producing an outcome in which we're talking about age verification the same fucking way that the English are, which serves to work exactly for them. It gives them the ability to shout and cry about being treated unfairly, about moral panics, about censorship and freedom of speech, when literally they just want to keep poisoning your children and selling like your attention. And that's it. That's it. They want to farm you.
There are many other issues with age verifying the internet I'm about to touch on, but if we are going to go this route, this is the stuff we need to see. There should be no one ever uploading their ID to a random website. There should never be a credit card check. They should never need your home address. It should be a very simple yes or no that's verifiably true. So here's why this breaks the anonymous internet and why it really matters. So identity verification requirements pretty much eliminate online anonymous access to all these different websites. So now everything you publish, everything you access, everything you look at is tied to you and your identity. Imagine,
you know, like if you're on Windows 11, Microsoft literally puts keyloggers in your keyboard so that every key that you typed goes right back to Microsoft servers. Oh, thank you for the gifted sub, Tacoma Blues. Good to see you. Yeah, like We fly MQ-9 Reapers over LA and New York and major cities to collect data on you. They are milking us for all marketable data to sell to other companies. Constantly. All the time. Every minute of every day. The idea that you can even get away from this. You know, you can have your phone turned off. You could have literally every electronic device powered off, and they will still ping each other and handshake so that, like, you know, my phone is in the same room as you and my phone's turned off, but they've now pinged, so now, you know, some asshole somewhere can see that you were in the same room as me because my phone pinged, even though it was off. Every year at DEF CON, I literally turn half my hotel room into a fucking Faraday cage. Based.
The next person who takes over, or the current person who's the president or the prime minister of your current country, had access to everything that you do and look up, and it's the person that you don't want in power. Is that something you're comfortable with? Because if the answer is no, then this is something you should overall be against. You can't only support policies when they are advantageous when the person you enjoy is running the country or is in power. Here in the US, we have a massive problem with data brokers and how they are selling your information, and you can go on all these people searching websites. This is going to add just one more thing that can actually directly tie you between different accounts, which is going to make that industry much stronger. And I don't need to explain this too much. An anonymous internet does allow better freedom of expression, and it allows people to share their ideas and get access to it.
Remember what the internet was like pre-Facebook? Anybody? I mean, like forums back in the day? The internet, for my entire life, has always been a dangerous and malicious place. But back in the day, it was creative. There were wonders and horrors. You know what I mean? And now there's just horrors. There's no wonders left. It's all horrors. I want to bring the wonders back, the art back, the forums, the community, the creativity. Now it's just, we are all in a mega factory. We're locked up like cows in an American, like, slaughterhouse, being just fed till we get fat, and then they can extract all of the fucking money that they can from our husk of a brain. I still use some of the old BBSs. Some of them still exist. They're cool.
Information that they might not otherwise look up or get access to if they didn't have the privacy and anonymity that comes along with accessing certain websites. Self-censorship is very real, and sadly, it disproportionately affects people that are likely most vulnerable and most need access to this kind of privacy and anonymity, whereas people who are following status quo and never challenge anything won't really feel maybe so many of the effects of this when it comes to self-censorship. But yes, everybody will feel the effects of this, and not just in the UK, but globally. I'm actually really glad that people are talking about
this. Is only the beginning. It's a step in their direction. But I don't want you to be too hopeless, because there is a little bit of a back and forth here. In that, yes, they're trying to push this and attack encryption on all levels and make it so you can never have private internet or, you know, engage with whatever it is that you want to engage, even if it's entirely legal. They are lunatics, mind you, and they are evil. But piracy is also making a comeback, and I think that also plays a role in this. People are pirating things far, 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 far more than they were 2, 3, 4, 5 years ago. And part of that is because, like, streaming services have become, I've literally just recreated cable, for example. Let's Go Fusion Party based. But this also serves to make it harder for you to pirate. Now, like, back in the day, people didn't have as much tech literacy. People, like, if you wanted to do piracy, you just downloaded LimeWire. You were good. Oh, thank you for the sub, Long Like Homo Sapien. You just downloaded LimeWire. You were good. Now you gotta have, like, torrenting. Now you gotta have at the very least, a VPN to hide your torrenting from your ISP, because literally just downloading a torrenting app can flag your IP to your ISP. And there's no getting around that. Like, they want to make it harder for you to be anonymous. A, because the fascists want to control you, the capital class wants to farm you, and the corporations want to steal from you. That's it. It's that, like, that's the case here. Oh, and also, I forgot, and also the death cult Christians want to groom your children. So it's those 4 reasons. Hear me out, chatters. Let's move to the woods, but instead of writing a manifesto where we went insane, we'd instead write a manifesto about our new commune. This needs more motion. I mean, we could not do it in the woods. We could do that, you know, entirely everywhere. Yep, 3 DMCA strikes and your ISP may cut off your service. Always protect your data. Yeah, and, you know, torrenting is illegal. Don't make me commit a crime by accident. I feel bad for Helen Harvey, born January 4th, 1988. To be clear, this is a made-up person. Yeah, exactly. Comcast, you know, blocked torrenting for me and then sent me a letter saying that I have to, like, that they're watching me. And they will. They'll do that. Thank you for the sub, McSecular. So, that's the goal, is preventing your ability to be able to do that.
The 2010s were the golden age of piracy. BitTorrent accounted for 1/3 of all internet traffic. LimeWire had more monthly users than Facebook, and the Pirate Bay was the only video store in town where you were sure to find what you were looking for. Hypothetically, of course. The world was slowly switching from physical to digital.
Subbing to Visora does fix most of these issues. Hell yeah. Sub to VNN, like the YouTube, and join the Discord.
Media, and even people who weren't particularly tech savvy realized that digital goods could be replaced endlessly with practically zero marginal cost. At its peak, 95% of all music downloads were pirated because it had become cheaper and, above all else, an easier way to fill up large digital libraries that were being made possible by cheap digital storage. But then, it just stopped. Since 2012, the internet has gotten faster, storage has gotten cheaper, and people have become more comfortable with computers, which should have just accelerated a growth trend. But it didn't. Since 2015, peer-to-peer file sharing has collapsed in popularity, and you might think you already know.
You also do have to realize that a lot of young people don't actually know how to use a computer anymore because they're so used to using tablets. Like actual like computer UI is unfamiliar to a lot of people under like 20.
Why? Streaming services like Spotify and Netflix were just a better, easier, and safer way to access content. And now, as these services have become markedly worse and simultaneously more expensive, piracy is making a comeback. It seems pretty simple, right? The only problem is that's not the whole story. Realistically, these companies knew this.
Oh, 25 to 35 is probably the most tech literate people on the planet currently. Oh my god, my 3, not 4-year-old daughter didn't know what a keyboard was and she kept poking at the screen. Yeah, like that's what I mean. Do kids still have computer class? I had computer class all 12 years. No, most schools don't do that anymore. Like, I had computer class. Even I only had it for 2 years. I had like a few years of it in like primary school to learn how to type. And then I think we had it for 1 year in middle school and 1 year in high school. I remember cursive class. My workplace, my damn near, and like I'm a damn near IT tech and I only do mechanical work. Y'all, I just had to spend a month and a half learning networking because my ISP said, I don't know what's broken, I give up, and bought me a third-party router and said, you do it. The ISP couldn't fix my issue, and I had to do it. I had to teach myself to do it and do it. So, like, what does that say?
Day would come. It was just really important that they could pretend it wouldn't.
For a lot of people, they've decided it's time to cut back.
But legitimately, it might be time to cancel some subscriptions, and I'm probably gonna have to cancel some.
Some of them I'm not using, and it's just wasting money.
There's so many of these, it's hard to keep track.
At that point, that's an adversarial relation.
Oh no, I wouldn't be surprised. Most IT people over the phone don't know shit. That's kind of cool that they admitted they didn't know it was something. Yeah, that happened after lying to me several times and me calling the telecommunications industry's ombudsman, which is basically like it's a body that exists to prevent them from being able to defraud you.
I don't want to
I'm so mixed about Louis Rossmann. I love him. I don't really have any like strong feelings about him at all. It's more just like information that he might put out every once in a while. He looks like he could be my brother or cousin. That he does though. I am Turkish, so he does kind of look like he could be my cousin.
Pay people to enter adversarial relationships.
We aim, as I said, for this business to be a growth business for the company with margins that our shareholders will feel good about.
So what really made piracy go away and what's really bringing it back might sound simple, but there's actually a bit more going on. First and foremost, the majority of people actually would like to acquire their media legally as long as it was easy and not ridiculously expensive. Most reasonable people understand that it costs time and money to produce a song, film a movie, or develop a video game, and the people involved in these
That's because unis in Australia, like, they want you to just come in and spend money there. It's the fact that we charge about what Americans charge for their domestic university degrees for international students. That's why the universities here are dog shit. If we stopped charging them, I don't know, American rates, then it would get better. I do, as well, the tactile feeling is comforting. The fact... That's the scene that, Misty was helping you after being... Wait, where
time and money to produce a song, film a movie, or develop a video game. And the people involved in these projects do need to...
My mom was from French Algeria, which had been under Ottoman rule for 300 years, and her town was a big Ottoman military fort on the top of the mountain in the Atlas Mountains. And their last names to this day are Turkish or some Turkish origin in Turkey. Jeez. Yeah, well, you know, my people were also colonists. At least I admit it. And try and do better. Also, everyone has that one IT friend who does indeed know what they're doing, but they also break like 5 things along the way to fixing it. I literally just broke shit and fixed it until I learned how to do it. So yeah, that's kind of what I did.
Be compensated, or else they are just not going to make them. Even people who frequent the high seas, so to speak, know this better than anybody else. A survey coming out of Australia at the peak of online piracy found that people who pirated content were actually more likely to pay for it if it was available. In a finding that really ages the study, online pirates were far more likely to pay for movies and music through iTunes or QuickFix. This was because people who pirated content were just more likely to consume content overall, and most of them would only make the trip to the Bay if they couldn't find what they were looking for more legitimately. So there were 2 things that changed after 2013. Sure, there were a few high-profile crackdowns on some of these sites, but even the regulators themselves knew they were just...
Piracy is an access issue, absolutely. It's literally depraved ambiance. Piracy is an access issue the way that crime is a poverty issue. If you want to fix piracy, then you fix access. If you want to fix crime, then you get rid of poverty. It's simple. It's not difficult. They just don't want to do that because they want to keep stealing from you. Again, the entirety of online media is built off of farming you and stealing from you. They don't even pay the people who create their content well. They steal from them too. Like, that's the thing. Sounds like rocket surgery to me. Yeah, I know. It does, doesn't it? Like, for example, if a company like Spotify gave a shit about, I don't know, the music or the musicians, maybe it would pay them more. Maybe it would not steal their content and feed it to AI to create AI music. If Twitch gave a shit about the, streamers on Twitch, maybe they would take less than half of the amount of subs, worth from the streamer, and, ways to donate that don't take your money and give half of it to Amazon would not need to exist because they just wouldn't do that. Like, it's always about theft. It's always about theft. It's always about poison. It's always about, farming. It is a global grift built on human exploitation. Farming.
Playing a game of whack-a-mole. One of the most downloaded files on the Pirate Bay was the Pirate Bay, a complete copy of the site with all of the addresses that could be set up by basically anybody with some basic server hardware in the event that the authorities took down the original site. But then came along the streaming sites that, thanks to faster internet speeds, could let users watch content on demand without granting them direct access to digital files which could then be copied and shared illegally. The big thing was that these options were just so easy compared to piracy, and so cheap compared to buying songs or movies one by one that it just didn't really make sense to bother with anything else. Now it
hasn't this caused some young people to get into retro music and gaming? Just because the physical copies or something are more attainable? In some contexts, but like smaller contexts generally, especially because a lot of older mediums tend to not actually be that much more affordable or attainable. But hobbyists, yeah, especially like, you know, middle class-ish ones tend to be much more likely to switch to like older mediums. Chad, I'm beginning to think that capitalism might be bad. Yeah. Fuck you, no, I have a bone to pick with streaming. Anyone here, I don't know, own a decent 4K TV? You know what the problem is? Yeah, there's a lot of problems with it. It's a lot more than just that, but yeah. Forgot the guy who made that streaming software. He went to jail for a long time. Did he? I haven't owned a TV in my entire adult life, based. TVs are, like, subsidized by streaming apps and that are pre-installed now. That is true. That is true. In Captain America's TV watches you. That is true. Oh, capitalist America. I was gonna say Captain America. I was like, you making a joke there? But unironically, what they're using all of this for is to create, I've said this before, the entire like point of the second Captain America movie. The Hydra infrastructure with the helicarriers minus the helicarriers. They are a predictive algorithm that will tell them if you're going to commit crime before you do. Pre-crime. This is cyberpunk 1984 shit. Like, that's where we're at now. They're literally building cyberpunk 1984. And in fact, we've gone into this at length. The types of issues that you'll see here is once you start having to, Minority Report shit. Once you start having to use your ID linked to your social media, how long until your employer is gonna want to start like looking through your social media to make sure that you're not committing any crimes, even though you know you have to ID verify? And then how long until your social media pre-crimes, your thought crimes, are going to get you fired from your job, even if you're not technically doing anything that, you know, would have gotten you fired now. Like, you're not talking shit about your job, you're not, you know, calling out your executives, like, you're entirely unrelated shit. They just happen to not like it. How long? Well, I feel like that's already probably started, hasn't it? Do magnets still fuck up TVs? Nah, probably not. Not really. Maybe some of them.
Nowadays, that's clearly changed. There are dozens of streaming services that are each getting more and more expensive every year. The movies and shows that you watch are being split up over different providers. The services themselves.
Is that not, fuck, who owns Java again? Long Like Homo Sapien? Was that not, Larry Ellison's company? That made this employee credit score thing? Cause, like, Oracle, yeah, cause they are really trying to implement social credit score in America. And everywhere else.
You could try a TikTok dance next shift to make up for it. Now Gage says, just own your data, and insists that workers also own their data, which sounds nice until you remember that data lives on their servers. And they make money from employers using this app, not employees being rated.
Last year, we launched a beta in our community. Onboarded over 60 businesses, over 3,000 employees, got up to $60,000 in ARR. This was all within 6 months, y'all.
It was owned by Microsystems, but was acquired by Oracle. But yeah. So exactly. So it is exactly that then. Yeah. All of this is. Do any of you remember when I showed the video of Larry Ellison talking about the police state that they want to build, where they want to install AI into every camera in America? It's that guy. Hold on, let me pull up the video. There you go.
The police will be on their best behavior because we're constantly recording, watching and recording everything that's going on. Citizens will be on their best behavior because we're constantly recording and reporting everything that's going on. And it's unimpeachable. The cars have cameras on them. I think we have a squad car here someplace. But those kind of applications using AI, if we can use AI. And
everyone wants to be Lex Luthor. Well, he's definitely got a good start at it. But yeah, this is what all this is getting fed to. This is what all of the data is for. This is tied into everything we've been talking about. The war to censor the internet, the war against encryption and privacy, piracy being an issue, social credit scores and contracts, farming of humans, the attention economy, the economy built on addicting people to social media like a drug. All of that is built into this. Cameras in his compound, though. High hedgerow fences for him. Yeah, exactly. If you want to avoid being caught on, like, you know, the cameras for this, like the surveillance apparatus's algorithm, you would have had to start working on that maybe 10 years ago. Thank you, Textures Plunky, for the bits. I very much appreciate it. Like, genuinely, there's no way out of this now. You have to be either incredibly technologically literate and able, and also have the time and means to try and protect yourself, and even at best, like a professional with a lot of money, will still only get most of the way there. You can make it difficult and tedious, but you can't make it impossible. This combined with police drones would mean that not even outside is safe. Yeah, wait until 5 years from now, where there's drone checkpoints between, like, state crossings. There's AI everywhere watching you. This is Cyberpunk 2077 level shit, but 1984. Like, any of you played Cyberpunk and played the Nomad entry where, you know, you drive into Night City, like the city limits, and you have to go through a toll booth, and the toll booth has guns pointed at you, AI is scanning you. They're putting drones in schools now, too. Yeah, they're building the police state. I literally laid out everything that was gonna happen here, like, over a year ago. Israel has made quadcopters that can stay stable while shooting a rifle that's messed up, and they're using it in Gaza. Yeah, Palantir helped them make it. The same people that are helping this happen too. How the fuck am I supposed to walk home drunk from the bar when AI cameras are everywhere? Well, if it helps, at least in America, a lot of the, like, AI facial recognition software is specifically trained on trying to, go after Black Americans and Hispanic Americans and queer Americans. So, if you're white, you won't have to, you won't be as at much risk of getting caught by them. Soon being a leftist is, being a leftist is being correct too soon. Honestly, it feels to me that being a leftist is just being correct and being ignored. Because I don't think I was right too soon. This has been happening for over a year. Yeah, I guess that is one way to inflate enrollment numbers. Yeah, it would be. I used to fear bee drones, and now they exist, and I'm less paranoid now. I mean, bees are cool. I like bees. Being a leftist is when no money, no fun, and mad. I have fun. That's not true. I'm very mad and I have no money, but I have a lot of fun. Time to start using very elaborate face paint as a style. You can also, in the winter, I've talked about this before when I did the video on creating a bug out bag, is you can get, hold on, I can't remember what it's called, so let me just go grab it and show you. Emergency blankets like this You'll find them like really cheap. They're everywhere. They're not difficult to get their hands on. They're not expensive. These will keep you warm. Mylar, thank you. Mylar blankets will keep you warm, but if you wear them under a thicker bit of clothing, maybe under like a big thick jacket, or really over one as well, it will mess with your heat signature and make it slightly less easily detectable through drones. Not impossible, but slightly less. It's just another added layer of protection to it. Or just wear a random balaclava and the camera won't know if you're a normal citizen or an ice coon. True.
Themselves are getting worse by introducing ads and pushing less relevant content, and on top of all of that, it's just not that easy anymore. Even individual TV shows have certain seasons split up over different streaming services, and the first step in sitting down to watch a movie these days is to Google what streaming service has the 1984 release of Gremlins, and if you're unlucky, what streaming service plus what VPN combo will get you the movie you want to watch. If you're already going through all that effort, it gets really tempting to just replace streaming services with your port of choice, because in most cases, it will just be easier. So yeah, streaming services were cheap and easy, which killed the need for piracy. But then they slowly became expensive and terrible, which brought it back. Pretty straightforward, right? Wrong. It's easy to...
Wait, it's illegal to impersonate a federal agent, of course, so does that mean all burglars are committing that felony? Yes, but obviously, like, the United States government is pro-crime, long leg homo sapien. Like, Mehdi Hassan literally argued that. It is pro-crime. It's pro-crime, it's pro-pedophilia, it's pro-child grooming, it's pro-evil, death, destruction, literally just pro-anything that is not good. It's pro-Hitler, too.
Write this whole thing off as just dumb companies being needlessly greedy to their own peril. And while that's definitely part of the problem, there is a lot more to it than that. Music streaming by comparison is decent. There are multiple services.
No, it's not. It's not decent. But the problem, again, is not that these people, like these companies are just trying to make like a little bit more money by charging you more money. No, that's not the case here. That's one aspect of how they want to make more money. They want to steal as much from you as they can. And they will go out of their way and do whatever they need to do so.
Last year,
including attacking each other. Including working together to create ways in which you think that you might be safe that aren't safe. A future where people sell fake money and everyone streams everything they do to survive? Oh, you mean like the present? Yeah, unfortunately. Again, this is why you need to be able to get out of this reality, we need to incentivize young people to not become content creators. How do we do that? By creating ways of them, I don't know, being able to live without having to sell their attention and their body to Twitch or to YouTube or to TikTok, by giving people under 25 UBI that incentivizes them to find a hobby, to find a better job, to go to college and find something they want to do, by creating, you know, spaces that are community commons where there's shit to do and fun to be had. They won't spend all their time online. We do this on purpose. We take these functions away. We make life boring. We make you lonely. The loneliness epidemic is real. The thing is, it's manufactured. I've been saying for a year now that the main issue that got America to elect Donald Trump is hyper-individualism. But that hyper-individualism is also the main issue that's causing shit like this. Well, it's not the main issue causing it. The main issue causing it is capitalism. But it's the main weaponized tool that capitalism is using to be able to push this agenda further. Maybe we should create company towns and send the kids to the mines. Yeah. Maybe we should send all of the tech owners to a gulag. I like that one better. You know what they say to themselves in the dark? It's only a crime if you don't wear a tie. They do say that. I've actually heard that said, like, seriously. Not as a joke. I'd play that, but that's copyright, Depraved Ambiance, unfortunately. Which is another thing.
Spanish police traced an online critic after a Swiss court ordered Proton Mail to log and hand over users' connection details, proof that even the gold standard of private email can be forced to cooperate when the law comes knocking. So if Proton can reveal data, is any online service truly safe? In the next few minutes, we'll unpack what Proton VPN and Proton Mail actually share with authorities, why they still offer far more privacy than Google or Outlook.
Yeah, okay. It's better to use a VPN than to not use one at all, but they don't offer you any privacy. Like, literally none. None. At all. At all. They offer you the facade of privacy. And then they use that to trap you. The facade of privacy is what got this person arrested.
And how stacking tools like a trustworthy VPN or end-to-end encrypted messenger can keep your digital life under control. Proton was born in 2014 when a small group of CERN scientists, frustrated by the data-hungry status quo, decided privacy should be the default, not an upgrade. Today, the Swiss-based company is majority owned by the non-profit Proton Foundation and headquartered just outside Geneva, giving it both a mission-driven character and the protection of Switzerland's strict privacy laws. What started as Proton Mail has grown into a full encrypted.
Oh, sorry, I didn't realize I didn't mute the mic, so you guys probably heard a double up there. My bad. All corporations should be not-for-profit and exclusively cooperatively owned. I agree, but even without having to do that, you don't need to act like this. Like, this is manipulation. This is a scam. This is building a reputation that you are a secure, provider for VPNs because you're in you're in Switzerland. We have Swiss level security, all that. No, you're lying to people because the moment that the authorities actually come looking, you'll just give over the information. Again, like, I'll use Proton as a throwaway email, and I mean, like, literally as a email to throw away. Why you have an emote only be redeemable if you turn it off right away? I don't know, because I needed more, like, emote only to be there. I did turn it on, and I left it on for a second, and I turned it off. There's no, like, terms and conditions to its use. I don't know.
Ecosystem. Proton VPN, launched in 2017, Proton Drive, Proton Calendar, Proton Pass, and even an alias service, Simple Login, all accessible with a single account. The common thread is end-to-end encryption, open source clients, and a business model funded by the user's subscriptions instead of ads. For our focus in this video, Proton VPN inherits those principles, operating from privacy-friendly jurisdictions and publicly committing to a strict no-logs policy. Yet, even a company architected for privacy can be compelled.
What's that one? Does that mean I have to put a hat on? I don't even know what is there. Yeah, we really do need to rework the reward request.
To cooperate with the law. So the real test of trust is what happens when the court orders arrive. The first stress test came in 2021 when French authorities, working through Europol, asked Swiss prosecutors to identify members of the climate group Youth for Climate.
Well, cool. I don't need to put a hat on then.
A Swiss court ordered Proton Mail to begin targeted logging. On one account, Proton collected the user's IP address and browser fingerprint, handed them over, and the activist was arrested. No email content was surrendered because it remained encrypted, but the metadata was enough for the police. A similar scenario played out in 2024. Spanish investigators saw the source of the threatening messages, and a Swiss order obliged Proton to provide connection timestamps and IP data. Again, encryption protected message contents, yet the limited logs still led to the suspect's arrest. These incidents show the nuance. Proton can't decrypt your inbox, but it can be forced to record and share future connection data.
They all can do this. And to be clear, if they really, 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 really want you, there's other ways that they can do this too. There's more to just this than, if the VPN company is issued a subpoena, there's less overt ways that they'll try and screw you too. If you're on a list, they could just you buy something that's going to connect to your computer. You buy a USB drive. You order a literal like a USB drive off of Amazon, and you're on a list. Sorry, your Amazon package might just get intercepted. Your USB gets opened up, gets turned into something that's not clean, and then sealed back up and sent right back to you. Looks brand new. You open it, you plug that shit in. There you go. Suddenly, everything that you do is directly transported to the inside of Pine Gap. I don't know. Your country can't spy on you, but but another one can and give it to your government. That's true. And to be fair, most countries don't really care. That's next level paranoia. It's not paranoia if it's true and documented evidence that they do all the time. You know, like the NSA literally does go and intercept routers and put little switches in them that even if you run this inside of a clean area, as in like there's no routing outside, it's entirely air-gapped. It's not. The NSA is still getting direct shit from you because they put these little things. I've done a video on it. I've covered it on stream before. I don't know what it's called, but it looks like essentially a 2-stacked USB port that's inside of your router. But US media only reports when China does it. Yeah. Fucking look at what happened. Israel literally did this. Israel did this with Hezbollah, where they intercepted pagers that they bought to avoid like getting caught, like their communications getting pulled up, and then implanted bombs in them. Pegasus, that's another one. And then on top of that, there is like Jeff Bezos. How was his affair discovered? I don't know about that one, but here, I'll show you this one. And then here is the other one. This one's called Firewalk. That's what it looks like. That's Firewalk. It looks like 2 USB ports and an Ethernet port stacked on top of each other. Literally like data from this, like this is declassified information.
To the NSA, including this, the Firewalk. Firewalk was a bidirectional network implant capable of passively collecting gigabit Ethernet network traffic and actively injecting
the new like GPUs for Windows 11 tablets and like the smaller computers, the Ultrabooks, Chromebooks, all that. The little chip that they use for the GPU now has local AI built into it that will run constantly. All of them do. Okay, plenty of tech exists doesn't mean it's a risk to us. Well, I mean, it's a risk to me because I'm a political dissident and I call the American government terrorists and religious extremists and zealots. It's also a risk to me because I report on the Russian government often. I also report on Israel often. And all 3 of these governments that I've listed are not exactly known for being nice to journalists that talk shit about them. Like, exactly, I would rather have the protection. You shouldn't use Windows, nor should any of us. Yeah, except, you know, now that Tor has taken away OS spoofing protection, that makes it even more dangerous. Now the only way to be safe is to run Linux and then virtual machine yourself a Windows OS. Like, I understand where you're getting from, Textures Plunky. Like, this doesn't affect the vast majority of people, but this is how, like, they slightly break down the barrier one step at a time. They're swinging that pickaxe at the wall and taking out every little bit of protection that we've built up. Like, combine this with the ban on being able to use the internet without providing your literal ID or credit card information in the UK. By 2P, fuck Tor always if possible. Oh, fuck Tor. But like, yeah, like now even just using Tor isn't safe enough. How they boil the frog. Yo, dog, we heard you like Tor, so we put Tor on Windows inside of Linux on a VM. like Israel. They keep making illegal settlements around your house until one day... No, not a bad joke. Good analogy. Until one day, it's not your house anymore. Please remove your dick from the Onion browser. I was ranting at length in the last chat on behalf of journalists. That's why I'm excited to have opinion. No, yeah, exactly. And like that's fine. Like I'm happy for that. But this is harming journalists. All of this is the ability to have any kind of privacy. Cubes, yeah, I talked about this last stream. Cubes and Whonix. Whonix is owned by Oracle. So Cubes and Whonix put together is still not secure because now Larry Ellison's stealing your data. You gotta use Kix Secure and Cubes. Cubed, I guess. I don't know. I don't use Kix Secure. I need to learn how to use like a Linux OS to stream with. I just need to get this shit built and I didn't have time.
A specific account. To see why that distinction exists and how often it happens, we need to unpack what Swiss privacy law actually requires.
It's fine for now. The code base is reviewed pretty regularly. Yeah, for now. Like, I also wouldn't trust AWS to do a VM because it's Amazon. We need to make our own computers with, yeah, we need to first have people learn how to, you know, do anything physical. Like, people don't want to do things that are difficult. That's the thing. People don't like feeling uncomfortable. People don't like feeling difficult. People don't like acknowledging negative context. People don't like acknowledging that they're in danger. Even getting people to admit that this is a problem is a problem. Again, because this ties right back to AI police states, which also ties back into social media like companies and tech companies and all of that, which then also ties into restrictions on content because of, you know, moralist panic. Obviously, you would never use an unsecured precinct Windows computer, right? Right? No, of course I would never. If there's nearly no ways to be anonymous in your life, depends on... Like, it is a problem, yeah. There's no way to be anonymous. Life is necessarily at risk all the time. Especially if you have political opinions that are strong, that happen to disagree with the regime of the country you live in, or let alone, you know, capitalism. You can be political. Ellison is tight with Israel and Netanyahu. No shit, because Palantir is. All of these people are. All of the tech companies, the AI motherfuckers, the social media, like all of them are tight with Israel. Because all of this stuff got beta tested there. Did you think that this just came out of nowhere? No. The AI controlled drone, you know, turrets have existed in like the checkpoints between where Palestinians have to cross for years now, learning facial recognition through looking at them. Lots of compartmentalization and siloing goes on along the way. Yeah, but a lot of that can also be broken into, Buncore, especially when we talk about like threat actors using locally trained like AI that's been trained on hacking shit. Imperialism boomerang, baby. Sorry, I accidentally muted myself. I hit the wrong button. Absolutely. Israel is the testing ground. They had drones back in like Obama's years. We've been using them as the testing ground for this for the like my entire life, essentially. For the entire span of time that I have been on this earth, we've been using Israel to test weapons on Palestinians and then employing them in other places. Just because we can't be 100 doesn't mean we shouldn't comply and use Windows. Well, I think we shouldn't comply and use Windows just on the basis of fuck Windows and fuck Chrome. I personally don't want these demons to be harvesting me. I'm not cattle. I'm not. I'm not a chicken in a coop that they can harvest from every day. I mean, I am. I literally am. This is my coop. This is the egg that I produced today. But I shouldn't have to be. Okay, take it. It's a brick of data with quantum safe encryption XP. Who cares? It's actually, unless without my own PGB keys, there are ways around any of it. It's just a fucking nightmare to life that way. And that's the point. That is the point. It's not that they can never entirely make it impossible. But what they can do is make it really, really difficult, really time intensive, really high bar of entry. And then that cuts off quite literally like the vast majority of people from being able to engage safely on the internet. And then you get arrests. LibreWolf is a good browser to look at to lessen the collection about you. That's nice. I will look into that. I don't know. I just started really using Firefox, but like the thing is, I have several Firefox browsers, like browser profiles. On the streaming one, the one that I'm currently using, I can't have a lot of the same restrictions I have on my normal like browser profile because it will break my ability to stream. I need some telemetry on to be able to do this. Not much, like not enough, like I can turn off quite literally most telemetry, but I can't turn off things like the ability for the browser to check the MAC number of my camera and my mic, to be able to, you know, connect to my network in some way. They have to get routed, and because they're routed, they can be reverse routed. Now, there's other ways you can work on that, but again, like you have to learn to be a goddamn network engineer to be able to do like anything remotely similar. I'd use Firefox with ArkenFox user.js. One more reviewed code base as LibreWolf is effectively just a wrapper anyway. Makes sense. Makes sense. Makes sense. But I'm gonna look at that ArkenFox one because I want to see exactly what's different about that user.js compared to mine.
Swiss privacy law is the lens that explains why Proton sometimes hands over some data, yet still claims a strict no-log stance. Under Article 271 of the Swiss Criminal Code, Proton may disclose information only when a Swiss judge signs off. Foreign police must route their request through Swiss authorities first. Because Proton...
Which is not hard to do. Like, yes, it's more difficult than routing it through American authorities, sure. But, Switzerland also likes capitalism.
Mail and Proton VPN are classified as email and internet services, not a telecom carrier. The 2020 Federal Administrative Court ruled that they're exempt from the blanket data retention rules that phone and ISP firms face. That ruling means Proton isn't obliged to keep IP logs or build dragnet backdoors, but Swiss judges can still issue a targeted order.
And they do it anyway. That's the thing, right? This is the reason why it's a problem.
Collect the next login IP for account X. When this happens, Proton must begin short-term logging for that single account and hand over whatever metadata the order specifies, never the encrypted messages content, which Proton cannot read. Proton's own transparency pages show how often this happens. In 2017, the company received just 13 valid requests. By 2024, that figure had climbed up to 6,378, with 5,971 requests granted. Still a tiny fraction.
You want to know what's even scarier? Is that the amount of claims being made to ISPs, to companies like Apple, Microsoft, to phone providers like Samsung as well, are going down, not up. You know why? It's that, like, what that means. If let's say 5 years ago you had to ask Apple for permission to unlock the phone of somebody you arrested because there's critical data that could be useful in a court proceeding there, and you know, a lot of the time Apple would say no, what do you think they did in the meantime? They learned how to break into it. And so they don't need to ask anymore. Not that that would even matter, because like now they would just give it to them anyway. But this is both an issue in that where your data goes is unsafe and the people that have access to it can sell you out. But also, simultaneously, they can break in and just steal it from you in the first place. As long as, like, it's easy enough. If you're not secured enough, they don't even need to go through your VPN. You know, they don't need to go to Proton. They can just break into your network and do it. Doesn't matter if you're an American. You live in America? Sorry, they can spy on you now. That's the law. The law is whatever the fuck the king says it is. They can just open your phone with your face. Just put your face in front of your phone and you gave them your password. Hence why I don't have that on my phone. I also don't have, you know, like fingerprint scanning. Don't put your biometrics on your phone.
Action of big tax millions, but a reminder that zero compliance is possible in any jurisdiction. For Proton VPN, Swiss law also confirms there's no obligation to store connection logs, so even if a court demanded historical browsing data, there's nothing to give. In short, Swiss courts sets a narrow gateway. Proton can't decrypt your inbox, but it can be told to capture future connection details for a specific user, and it publishes every such request. Understanding that legal framework sets the stage for our next question.
Like Signal, for example, right? Signal, for example, when they got raided by authorities, they said all we can give you is a phone number associated with a username, and that's it. Now, like, you can do a lot with a phone number, but that's it. And also, like, the messages between you and somebody else on Signal are very difficult to catch as they're sending. But here's the catch. If you're using something like Signal on your phone, well, now you've created a new way for them to access that data. Because, sure, the messages you send are encrypted from, you know, from where they start until where they get to where they're going. And they themselves are not holding this data. All they have is your phone number. Well, they can get your phone number from them, and they can, you know, search that phone number, find out who your phone provider is, and then they can go to your phone provider and then get that data from them because you typed out those messages on your phone, which is full of tracking software and hardware and is constantly spying on you. It's just one big spying machine. So now you've introduced a new layer that breaks any kind of security that you had set up by just using Signal on the first place on your phone. Interesting that older phones had shutters on the camera, and now we have a camera on the front and the back with no shutter. Yeah, it's on purpose. You can buy a little shutter. See? I put one on mine. I need like 5 more for the back, but you know. All of that is exceedingly unlikely unless you're being targeted. Well, we're talking about people that would be targeted. Why would you, like, the thing is, it's exceedingly unlikely unless you're being targeted. Well, no shit. We're talking about people that the state is going after. I could be targeted for, you know, political dissidency. So could many of the people in this chat. In fact, most of the people in this chat would likely be targeted like that. But on top of that, let's just go and take it to the extreme. Let's say it's crime. And crime, I think, is a poverty problem. I don't give a shit about, you know, if you don't commit a crime, then we won't use this on you. Then don't do that and make it so I'm less likely to commit crime by making poverty go away. No, but it's not, Textures Plunky. Not when we're dealing, you know, with fascism rising all over the world. What makes you think that it wouldn't? We are literally seeing this already occurring right now. You could be targeted for having viewed a JD Vance meme globified on your phone. Yeah. You could literally just have your Twitter usage get sent to ICE because they work with Palantir. Because the IRS works with Palantir. The FCC works with Palantir. The FDA works with Palantir. All of the US government's data gets fed through Palantir's AI. So yeah, They will come up with any spurious excuse, and you're already being watched. We are literally flying drones, like MQ-9 drones, over US cities, gathering data from them. Who's to say that's not happening in the UK? Who's to say that's not happening in France, in Australia? Who's to say that's not happening in any other part of the world? Just because they aren't targeting you right now, that you know of, because you wouldn't unless they wanted you to. Also, we're here on Twitch, so it's not that fearful of a situation. What do you mean? Yes, it is. Me being in here on Twitch does not reduce the seriousness and the severity of the situation. It's like, I know you're not disagreeing on anything reasonable. I'm just trying to understand your viewpoint on this. I don't understand how you're coming to that conclusion. Us being here on Twitch does not then shut down the stream. They can track you. Yes, I'm aware. I'm willing to die to get the truth out. Do you understand that? Like, that's what I'm trying to say. I have to shut up or they can track me? That's the choice that you find acceptable? I want to be able to get the truth out. I'm willing to get killed for it. They can find me and kill me. But you need to be able to say these things. And somebody has to put, risk in for that to happen. If there's nobody willing to put in risk because, oh, well, you know, it's not that big, like, you are going off on things I'm not saying, but you said they can, I'm saying specifically on the then shut down stream, they can track you. I'm telling you that is true, but I'm not talking about my safety. I'm talking about everyone's safety. It's not just me. There's other streamers. There's other people that do exactly what I do that I want to protect more than I want to protect myself. There is it is the slope and it's slipping. We've been headed down here for ages. And beyond that, it's not like they're going to kill me for my political tweets. What they're going to do is they're going to use algorithmic exile. So it's not black and white. We don't need to be all alert or none. No, oh my God. This is like a ridiculous way to put it. Yes, there is nuance. Yes, it is still valid and worthwhile to use the alarmist rhetoric. I am being rational. You are being irrational. Texture's Plunky, I'm trying to tell you that what you are doing right now is avoiding reality because it makes you feel uncomfortable. I'm not saying that we're all constantly at risk of this right now. I'm saying many of us are, and it's getting worse. I'm saying that this is a concerted effort to create this. I'm saying that there is danger to the ability to speak the truth. You are avoiding the reality that this is being grown. It's shifting the Overton window, that this risk is growing day by day by day by day. You are creating a confrontation? No, you are avoiding acknowledging things that make you uncomfortable. You are telling me that this is paranoia. Paranoia isn't paranoia if it's true. It's okay to be afraid. It's worse by the day. Thank you. I know you would, this is where I'm getting stuck with you, is because I don't understand how you're coming to the conclusion that you are, because everything that you, you agree with me. You acknowledge the same conditions, the material conditions, and the shifting of them towards the worse. But you're saying that it's alarmist? Or rather, that I'm being too black and white about what I'm saying? I just don't, I'm not trying to be confrontational. I'm just trying to understand how you got to that answer in the end here. Yeah. You know, I could use a stretch too. We know for a fact that family members, friends, and partners were stalking and using Prism and NASA tools to stalk, say, like their ex-partner. That's not paranoia, it's documented fact. That is true. We also know that, I'm not saying this about the topic. Okay, that's fine. Maybe I'm confused. We'll just move on. See ya, Jarko.
Just how solid is Proton VPN's no-logs promise in practice? Proton VPN is engineered so routine logs simply never exist. Its network uses RAM-only servers that wipe themselves clean on every reboot. Secure Core routes that past traffic through privacy-friendly countries, like Switzerland and Iceland, and fully open-source apps that anyone can inspect. A July 12, 2024 audit by the security firm Securitum, which is Proton's third in 3 years, again confirmed that the service keeps no records of what you browse or download. But what happens when a Swiss court demands information? By law, Proton.
I love that people actually use the ad feature because, like, I never run ads, and it's very funny when someone redeems points and is like, you should run an ad. I'm like, wait, I forgot that's a thing you can do on this site? Alright, well, I guess while that's running, you guys get chair stream for a minute. I'm gonna go pee. While I have the opportunity, and then we'll finish this. Okay, I'm back. Let's see. Not talking about issues like this seriously is how regulations designed to protect people get slowly dissolved. Just because it might not affect us individually today doesn't mean it can't tomorrow. And that's what I mean to say about, like, the greater topic here that we've been talking about, which is banning games that some people find immoral or not safe for work games, or ID validation checks for the use of social media, which, like, needs to be regulated in one way or another. It's how we talk about these things that shape how we engage with them. It shapes our policy based on our words. Your perception of reality shapes how you engage with reality. The birds are real, though? The birds are real. Only some of them are spying for the government. I can confirm. Only some of them. I won't tell you which ones, though. But, like, that was clearly a joke. Moving on from that, though, it's the ability to call it what it is that's important. That's why I spent so much time earlier in the stream making a point to call the tech companies and the social media companies' actions designed to protect their addiction for profit industry, designed to convolute the conversation, to obfuscate the actual end goal, to suppress regulations by conflating them with censorship. Are you sure? What is this? China launches high-tech bird drones to watch over its citizens. It was only a matter of time. It's only a matter of time. But, like, this is the blueprint. This has been the blueprint. This is the most China thing ever. That's true. They should have made them sparrows.
Can be told to start collecting the next login IP address for one specific account, but it can't hand over browsing history because none was ever saved. Proton's transparency report shows the scale. In 2023, the company received 6,378 valid legal orders, all limited to account metadata, not content. Now compare that to data-hungry giants whose business models depend on tracking you. In just the 12 months spanning late 2023 to mid-2024, US authorities alone made nearly 500,000 requests to Google and Meta, dwarfing everything Switzerland asked of Proton. Because those platforms already store mountains of user data. To power ads, complying is as easy as flipping a switch. Proton, designed around
Fox News was stupid enough to take him seriously? Yeah, that's because, like, it worked. They are stupid.
Minimal data, can hand over only a small amount, even under a court order. Bottom line, the less information a service stores, the less it can reveal. Proton VPN keeps that record close to zero, while Big Tech keeps it by design. Knowing that gap is the first step in building a privacy toolkit that truly protects you. So you've learned that the safest data is the data a service never...
Remember when Georgia banned chemtrails? Yeah, conservatives are really not that smart. You do realize that, like, a good chunk of the country literally, like, really actually was... Well, I gotta say, like, the intelligence aspect of it, to be clear, it's not innate. They're just made to be dumb. Hence why you can convince about half the country that the other half has access to hurricane machines that they can point in specific directions, even though that, like, doesn't fit with any of what's happening, what's happened, or what's real. It's the same thing. It's these people. It's the farming operation. Because part of that farming operation is also a brainwashing operation.
Actually keeps. The next step is to layer tools that follow the same store nothing extra principle. First, pair Proton Mail with Proton VPN. Logging in through the VPN hides the IP address, normally attached to each email session, breaking the link between your message and your physical location. If you enable
Don't I, like, often say that JD Vance is actually Hillary Clinton inside of a skin suit? Yeah, it's fantastic. I have had, like, an actual conversation about that. I'm sure they knew I wasn't being serious, but it's not hard to get them to, like, think about it, you know? These people were primed by QAnon, of course, so, you know, it's not that far off from what they believe. They believe that there are people in the lizards that are in people costumes, so why is a lizard in a person costume in another person costume that far of a stretch?
Proton's secure core option, your traffic is routed through hardened servers in countries such as Switzerland and Iceland before it ever reaches the public internet, adding an extra shield against network-level attacks. For chats and calls, switch to Signal. It's open source, runs on the same end-to-end encryption protocol adopted by WhatsApp and Google Messages, and crucially, collects only the phone number you sign up with. Independent reviews in 2025 still rank Signal as the least data-hungry mainstream messenger when you need maximum.
I convinced a conservative not to vote in real life because the election was rigged. I gotta say, like, we gotta use that one a bit more often. It's funny until you realize how easy it is to manipulate them with fear-mongering and hatred of others. Yeah, look, we're not gonna get time to talk about this until next stream in detail, but I very much do not mind using some of the right's tactics against them. And what California recently just announced that they're doing, and that they're going to be redistricting and gerrymandering California to cut off 5 Republicans, working even with some Texas Democrats that are going to help them gerrymander in order to counter the attempt by Texas Republicans to gerrymander Texas even further. Fantastic. Notice he said mainstream about Signal. Yeah, that's true, because Signal is mainstream. Like, if you want to actually communicate privately, Signal is not the way that you can do that. Honestly, online is not the way you can do that. The only way you're ever going to get, like, real private, like, engagement online is in an air-gapped network, in which case you're basically in the same room. There are levels, and we don't need 2 cubes to order groceries. No, of course not. No, you don't need to be on cubes unless you're, like, regularly using the Tor browser or you are a journalist. Like, there is levels of where it concerns you, but all of this concerns you. It's just how far you need to go to keep yourself safe depends on your own threat level. Yeah, sorry, we did have a misunderstanding. I've talked about this before, and that, like, I brought up charts of how you can determine what your threat level is. In fact, in my Discord, in the resources for safety section, there's 3 different guides based on 3 different threat models for how you can go about locking down your internet privacy, from even just like from your passwords to how to deal with like if you get hacked. And the first one is just like regular people, and then there's another one for people who've suffered from like domestic violence, and then there's a third one for journalists. And depending on which of those categories you fall into, you might have to take more steps. But you don't need to have a perfectly locked down network to just live. Even just like setting, like even if you need one, like someone like me, having that level of a bar of entry is incredibly demotivating, and is going to make it much less likely for people to even try. Private communication is almost impossible, and anonymous communication is not by nature. Exactly. I agree. Online. We need a guide. We got for Windows VM. What's a good text app if Signal is no good, if that's okay? Well, Signal is probably one of the better ones you can use. But again, don't do it on your phone. Like, if it's on your phone, then it's not secure, period. Unless you can, like... I'm not even sure how much this one works because I don't have a Pixel phone, but I think you can... If you have, like, a Pixel, Google Pixel phone, you can put Graphene OS on it, which is probably the closest to lockdown you can make your phone, but I wouldn't trust it. Like, either use a physical computer, or just don't expect any kind of anonymity online without PGP. Our government used Signal and there was someone in Russia connected, Scooby-Doo admin. Yeah, well, I mean, that to be fair, like, we gave them the login for that one. PGP is a good way to bridge the gap there. Session exists. I'm not sure how safe Session is. I know that it doesn't actually ask you for a phone number, which makes that a little bit better. When we get a purely Linux phone, you won't. Fairphone is good, but old hardware, and also what I said. Yeah, not soon. If not, you won't. Matrix or bust. Don't worry, they're building the Matrix. Just the worst kind of it.
Anonymity, think whistleblowing or bypassing heavy censorship. Add the Tor browser. Tor bounces your traffic through several volunteer-run relays, obscuring both source and destination, and its built-in HTTPS-only mode plus no script help block tracking code automatically. Finally, harden the basics. Turn on two-factor authentication for every account, keep devices patched, and use privacy-respecting browsers with tracker blocking extensions. None of these steps alone is perfect, but stacking them means an attacker or legal request has to pierce multiple independent layers before they learn anything meaningful about you.
That is true. It's just also quite difficult to do depending on your context and situation. Oh, cool. There's like a actual other thing about me. I did not know that. I'll look into that a bit more after stream. Thank you for that link, Buncor. The Swiss cheese model. Kinda, yeah. Trust but stay informed. This is essentially trust but verify. What? F? No. Did we F? I'm split on two-factor since I learned about the cell hack where people could reroute your text messages. Two-factor is still worth having pre-breakfast banana. It's just like how you're using it. Okay, cool. Two-factor is still worth having. It's just how you're using it and where you're storing your two-factor authentication. Google just bloated the phone with all its apps. Well, Captain Buggy, the basically and the purely are the two keywords there. Android is basically built off of Linux kernel, but it's not purely Linux based, you know? Okay, cool. Sorry. The CIA must be catching on about what we're talking about.
Proton's record is clear, thanks to design choices like RAM-only servers, open source code, and a business model that doesn't rely on ads. It surrenders far less data than big tech when the law comes to calling. Still, any company, with Proton included, must obey a valid Swiss court order, which means the only truly safe data is the data that was never stored in the first place. If you want that kind of...
Yeah, SMS two-factor authentication is not secure, but it's better than nothing. I mean, ideally, you'd be able to Wait, no, I'm not sure I can say that one. There are ways to get through like SMS two-factor authentication just through like Python. Not easy ways, mind you, but like, yeah. But it's better than not having anything. It's also better to layer that with several other various, like he's listed quite a few. I've listed a few in the past. There's guides on the Discord. Layer as many of them as you're willing to together. It's time extensive. Like that's the issue. A lot of the issue here comes from a lack of education in how to go about doing it, a lack of literacy in what things mean, and also the amount of time and money required to be invested to get yourself to a point in which you're moderately locked down. Because here's the other thing, right? The issue doesn't stop with governments using these same tricks to come after you. Hackers can too. And that is a growing issue. Threat actors are increasing massively. We're about to enter the golden age of fucking hacking. You don't understand. All of the software developers are laying off humans in mass and replacing them with AI, who's vibe coding shit, which is filled with errors, which is going to result in quite a lot of bugs that can be exploited. Please stop using Authy, Google Authenticator, Authenticator by Microsoft, and so on. Yeah, use that one, too fast. There's another one that I've heard of that's relatively good. Is it like, starts with an A. You have to like look into these, you know, like I'm not a cybersecurity streamer. I've had to learn all of this stuff relatively recently. It's about to get a whole lot faster and a whole lot scarier. And I'd rather you guys spend a little bit of time and prepare before, you know, it gets there. You don't have much of it.
Protection, start by encrypting your inbox with Proton Mail and shielding your connection with Proton VPN. We've placed our special Proton link in the video description, so you can try it.
Do not pay for Proton at all. Just use like their free one for a throwaway account. It is hard to keep up, but that's also part of the point. Textures Plunky. It's flooding the zone. It's, again, remember, this is being done by police states, by authoritarian governments, and by corporations who are by nature authoritarian, because that's what the internal like structure of a corporation is designed as an authoritarian government. It's run by the CEO down, top-down structure. Never heard of it. See, it's a Play Store listed thing, so I automatically don't trust it. There. I do pay for Proton, but I need an alternative to Microsoft, so I'm fine with it. I mean, like, if you're using it for, like, your work email, sure. Like, yeah. Like, just don't use it for secure things is what I mean. Yeah, if you want to pay for, like, an alternative email that's not, you know, Microsoft or Google, but you don't need it to be secure, it's a fine choice. It's just, for security purposes, you know? Being, clear. The Dragnet is tracking all of us. The odds of any of us are interesting enough that we are being targeted are slim to none, I feel. That you're wrong. Mate, like, there is literally evidence that you're wrong. At least when it comes to the United States. If we're talking about outside the United States, then maybe you do have to get a little bit more interesting. But, I mean, I constantly say shit that will get me put on lists, like, every day. No, I know. Like, depending on your personal threat level. Yeah, absolutely. You have to, like, decide what risk level you're at based on what you do. Yeah, like Buncore, you have actual documentation to prove otherwise. Sure, so do I. But I also do agree that, like, no, you don't need to be on tour to do your grocery shopping if you are just like a regular person that has very little risk, that you are, you know, not a marginalized community that's being targeted for extermination or ethnic cleansing, like, you know, many of people in America are. Or, you know, many people everywhere like else in the world are as well. Or you're not a political dissident that very loudly speaks out in a very harsh and combative way. there's nuance based on where you fit into that. But if you enjoy leftist content, you are at risk. So like Texture's Plunky, if you watch the chat and you're in here watching me, then you're on a list, mate. Like, you are interesting enough. If you live in America, you are a commie, according to the state. In fact, if you are against, I don't know, like, ICE rounding up and kidnapping people and then sending them to alligator Auschwitz, then according to the United States government, you're basically a terrorist. So, like, Israel, for example, used Palantir's Lavender AI in the first 2 weeks of the genocide to compile a list of 39,000 Palestinians to exterminate based off of whether they were Hamas, and the qualifications for that was, have you ever called a phone number that has ever called a phone number associated with Hamas? Or have you ever received an email from, like if your keylogger has ever logged you typing abolish ICE, you're on the list. If you've ever said free Luigi, you're on the list. If you've ever said death to the IDF, you're on the list. You know what I mean? Like, it's, yeah. I beat you to it, Shard. ICE got them pumped up kicks. I've been searched by Canadian police for fear of being a communist, and you're trying to say that, like, you know, you personally shouldn't be all that worried about this? I think you should. I don't think that it's paranoia in the slightest for you to be worried about it. Oh, no, yeah. Like, worrying day and night is not gonna produce any good outcomes anyway. We're not talking about why you should worry. We're talking about why you should act. It's not about, it's not about being worried. Being worried all the time is gonna produce paralysis. I'm trying to give you information that is worrying and then tell you that you should act on it. Just last stream, we covered how they're calling for, like, the police to come and kill protesters in America now. You know? Yeah, see, the thing is, I'd rather worry about it and not get rounded up and end up in Auschwitz. So, Texture's Plunky, that's up to you. You know, if you'd rather ignore the problem and then deal with it once you're already in the camps, that's up to you. You get to make that choice. You know, I believe in freedom. I personally don't want to end up in the camps, and I don't want most of you to end up in the camps either. In fact, I don't want any of you to end up in the camps. So. You mean dead, Captain Buggy? Like Lenin? I'm sure you are, yeah. You have to, I can't use anywhere near as much privacy measures as you can. Yeah, I know. I'm not saying that you're making those comments. I'm saying based on what you said, the words you just said, when we all get rounded up, we can chat in prison about it. What do you mean? I was referring to what you just said. I'm gonna lose it, y'all. Like, am I reading badly? Is the dyslexia getting to me? I haven't added the dyslexia font again. Maybe I am failing to read that. No, don't time yourself out. And also, the kappa can mean whatever. I don't know. Woman moment, yeah. Okay. I have a question. When my phone is off, is that enough, or do I need to? No, it's not enough. Your phone is never off. Pre-breakfast banana. It's never off. What you need is a Faraday bag. Likely you need a Faraday bag and then another Faraday bag to put your phone in. I can grab one and show you. This is an example of a Faraday bag. The tism is strong with this one. I know. Sorry. So the inside is made of like material that's supposed to shield like anything electrical coming out of it, any kind of signal. I don't like. You should be testing these, by the way. You should be putting your phone in them, closing them, and then trying to call yourself to see if it goes off. You can buy. If you want to be really serious and like really check and double check, you'll probably want to, and then you'll also want to buy like detectors, like EMF detectors, and run them over, because like there can be leaks beyond what you're gonna see. And then on top of that, like these are magnetic, so you know they fold up. What am I doing? And then the magnet locks in and of itself, and then this locks up. This should then prevent any signal from escaping. Ideally, you have two, and you know, stack them. Instructions unclear. I ended up losing my phone. Even better. Even better. Losing your phone is the best thing you could do. I don't know what /S means either. You guys know I don't watch streamers, right? I'm sorry. Like, there's I am like boring. I don't. Yeah, fucking boomer. I knew it. It's okay. I deserve that one. It's a tone of indicator and sarcasm. Thank you. Okay. /S means /sarcasm. I literally did not know that. /J is a joke and /SRS is serious. Okay, now I know. I'm also a silent generation level millennial. Look, back in my day, we used emojis to indicate that, and the emojis were far less diverse than emotes tend to be. So there's like a standard for what an emoji meant that doesn't exist here. Oh no, of course, Texture Spunky. We suffer from stun locks in chat regularly here, because I also very much enjoy nuance, and so do a lot of other people, and sometimes disagreements happen based off of misunderstandings, and then we get locked in on that for like an hour and a half. I never get mad. I used to ban people in my Discord for not using tone indicators because irony posting was so bad. Says the one who I can rarely tell if you're irony posting or not, Captain Buggy. Anyway. I think the important thing that we really need to like lay clearly down here is what do we do going forward? Because like we've talked about like a whole bunch of stuff today. We touched on a diverse set of topics, all kind of related to the same thing. We've talked about social media regulation. We've talked about like privacy laws. We've talked about governments coming after your like ability to be anonymous online. We've talked about psyops trying to convince people that like regulating tech industry is actually just censorship and is all based in moral outrage. All of these need to get tied back together. So I think first things first, we need to accept framing on this issue that is vastly different from anything that we are. We need to talk about tech companies, social media, censorship, privacy, online privacy, all of it as a public health issue. Your digital well-being, your mental well-being, your physical well-being all ties into this. This is a public health issue. There is a profiteering-driven public health crisis. Now we just need to also put the policy in the bag. I agree, but we can do that. In fact, I have an idea of how to start doing that. In fact, I'm going to write up a proposal. I'm going to bring it to my fucking representatives. And I suggest a lot of you in places that, you know, still have democracy, do that as well. If you live in America and your democracy is eroding, I want you to run for office. And then you can do that. Agreed. Digital hygiene should be like hygiene. Like brushing your fucking teeth or taking a shower. Yeah. We should be teaching people stuff like this, but we don't. We also need to accept that framing that this is based on, like all of this is based in an industry that is an addiction for profit industry. Facebook is no different than Purdue Pharmaceuticals. TikTok is no different than Marlboro cigarettes in that they want to poison you. They want to lie to you. They want to talk about this as if it's a freedom issue. And then they want to use any ability for, like, any attempt for you to regulate it and flip that into my freedom is being harmed, and this is just moralistic panic by the woke. While they're also using the same censorship that we want to do to, you know, the bad stuff on, like, everything from just queer people existing to brown people existing to, I don't know, political theory. Again, like, allowing the framing that anything to do with ID verification, with banning certain content on the internet because of its, you know, not safe for work content, like games-wise, all of this serves to hand the tech companies that they are trying to regulate a giant weapon that will forever continue to be cited in response to any attempt to regulate them. People don't even know how to use conditioner correctly. That's also true. I've met people who never shampooed their hair for like for months, but would condition their hair. So, you know, wild shit. So we also need to start, like, calling out the blueprint. It's so difficult, even especially outside the United States, to say something like, you know, this is the same type of policy that the Nazis employed. But America's made that easier because now you just say America instead of the Nazis, and then it clicks, you know? That they want to use these moral panics and through that justify their own bigotry by laundering shit into the idea of, like, protecting children. It's every accusation is a confession, as usual. The right calls queers child groomers. Meanwhile, they're literally the Epstein party. So I use it as a detangler. That's enough for me, but I'm sure it's wrong. It's hard to see when you're inside it, of course. And we make it possible. Like, we did that on purpose. Don't even get me started on men not washing their legs or feet. Ugh. Woo! Yeah, God's country. Exactly. All right. I don't know. Like, we're risking losing any ability to create actual change here by allowing them to co-opt the message and wrap it in a moral panic. No matter where you are, whether you're in America, whether you're in Australia, whether you're in the UK or in Canada, you're, like, by engaging with this topic on the terms that they have set, we are playing into Zuckerberg, Musk, Bezos, all of their hands. We're allowing them to play the victim and letting them continue to poison you, to farm you, to exploit you, and to steal from you. Don't you think it's time we make poor people into gambling spectacle for the whole world to watch gamble on for their entertainment? Yeah, of course. No. But you know what I do think it is time to do? I think it's time to make that the case with the billionaires, specifically. You know, I'm very in favor of biblically punishing these people in ways that aren't violent, but are incredibly uncomfortable and, you know, poetic justice. I don't know. These people are demons. They're barely people. They've lost any, like, right they had to act like they're people when they started, like, acting so in favor overtly too. It's not like any of this has ever been, like, not the case. They've always acted like this, but they stopped pretending. They dropped the God, I hate when I can't remember the word. The euphemism. They dropped the euphemism. They are all complicit in the Nazism in America. They're all supporting it. They're all making money from it. They're all a part of it. They are just as much a part of the American ISIS as everyone else. Plausible deniability in language use is core practice I find ubiquitously lacking online. It's something that's so easy to try and be mindful of. Exactly. We need to really, really prevent that. There are ways where you can still say, you know, the truth. It's just where you can say it. And to be clear, I have the ability to say a whole lot more than a lot of you in chat do. Mostly just by way of the fact that what I say out loud isn't going to be plastered on the screen, and I can cut it afterward if I needed to. We need to pivot the way that we talk about this, though. We're not going to get anything done if we engage with the idea of regulating social media, regulating tech companies through just limiting access. Clipped, canceled. I would love to see that work on me. Good luck. I feel like anything I get clipped on saying, I'll just show the full clip, and then I'll just instantly, oh, so based. Oh my goodness. I don't see a clip, picture, it didn't happen. It's just AI anyway, you know. This is the egg I produced today. Sorry, that's AI. I don't believe that that's real. We need to also, like, talk about the fact that all of this is exactly the same as AI. Like, it's the same practice. They work together. Everything that we're experiencing when we're talking about social media, tech companies, censorship, privacy, also all feeds right into AI. It's the issue. We can fight this by regulating mechanics over access. Like features that were designed to simulate gambling. Like, you know, scrolling infinitely. Like the algorithm, we can limit how much knowledge it can gather about you and how it needs to not be, I don't know, incentivizing you to only engage with the most rage-inducing, fear-inducing, disgust-inducing content possible, and maybe throw some joy and some education in there. You know, maybe you're a Hassan orbiting piece of space degree, you'll never get banned. How am I a Hassan orbiter? When the fuck has that ever been the case? I'm far to the left of Hassan. Are you kidding me? Hassan doesn't have the balls to say the shit that I do on stream. Jesus Christ. We need to start labeling the addiction as addiction as well. Yeah, you know what? Just because I'm Turkish, wow, that is racist. It's so trendy to hate AI, it sends me. Well, it's not that it's trendy, it's that, like, I hate AI because of capitalism. I've talked about this at length. AI could exist and not be, you know, bad if it didn't exist for profit, but the fact that it exists for profit is why it's bad. Hassan has been banned. I've been banned. Now, again, though, it's the mechanic. Sorry, I keep getting distracted. Label it as an addiction. Label it as purposefully getting you addicted. Keep using the conflation of this is just like for Purdue Pharmaceuticals. People are really mad about, you know, a lot of people died from opiate overdoses. They still do every year. Hell, we shout about fentanyl, right? In America. Well, you know, the blame for that has been shifted all the way over to the cartels, and that's, you know, partially the case, at least partially. But the blame still belongs squarely at Purdue Pharmaceuticals' feet. They're the ones that got most of the country addicted to opiates in the first place. Visora's Hassan's alt, I fucking knew it. Am I in a skin suit? Am I doing a JD Vance? Or, sorry, a Hillary Clinton? We can't treat the symptoms without addressing the root causes. We need to. Visora doesn't speak Turkish. Ne diyorsun ya? Ben de hep Türkçe konuşurum. If you speak Turkish to me, I'll speak Turkish to you. Türk chatter'lar geldi, ben konuştum onlarla Türkçe. Biz Türk yayını bile seyrettik biz burada. We've been watching Turkish news anytime we talk about Turkey. You gotta get rid of the, like, the broad way that we speak about shit. Don't allow the conversation to get muddled. Don't allow right-wingers to come in and distract from your message. This is why I say it's worthless debating the right anyway, but they'll come in and pretend to not be the right, and they'll do this to you anyway. They'll ask you leading questions, they'll ask you stupid questions, they'll try and clip you, they'll make claims about you. It doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Leave them alone. Don't even worry about it. Who gives a shit? They believe in insane nonsense. You don't need to pay them any mind. If someone you trust has, that you respect, that you can identify, I don't know, 3 working brain cells at minimum in, has a concern with something you've said, then you can take it seriously. But other than that, who cares? By the way, what's going on in Turkey by now? Last time I heard about that there were the protests. Well, right now there's wildfires, like, raging, and the protests are still going. Erdogan's polling has just went far down. In fact, he kind of looks fucked. We'll see. But, you know, the next election in Turkey is until 2028. But I need you all to really, like, lay this down here. We can't allow them to control the conversation. As, like, we talked about all the time, use their playbook against them. Just do it less evilly. You can lie to the right, that's fine. You don't have to, but you can. But don't play defense. Control the conversation, and don't allow them to distract your message. Distract their message. Hell, use the debate bro tactics that they use against us on them. Constantly, like, endless ad hominems. Go and, argue with them and then move the goalposts for like 6 hours until they get nothing done. I don't care. Use it. But on a real, like, change level of conversation that you're having with people who actually give a shit, be honest. Stop sugarcoating it because it's uncomfortable. Stop saying, the lobbying phrases. It's not digital wellness. It's stopping them from farming you like you're a goddamn farm animal. It's stopping them from grooming children and poisoning their minds, from brainwashing you, from stealing from you. Instead of engaging in whataboutism to Epstein files, then just call them a pedophile and laugh. Yeah. Oof, now that would be a good redeem extra points if she has to read it correctly or she has to restart. I will ban you. Beyond that, stop letting the surveillance capitalism shit get through. I actually have an idea, a proposal for a plan. I'm gonna write that up, and I'll talk about it on stream next time too. But I'm gonna go and I'm gonna bring that to my elected representatives, and I'm gonna try and push the idea that the fix that we are trying to implement for social media and minors, in Australia, where it's going to be banned for those under 16. Not only does it not go far enough and include things like Kick and Rumble and Telegram, while including things like YouTube and Snapchat, should also not be done through identity verification that requires you to upload a driver's license or a credit card to the tech company that you're trying to regulate, because it's exactly what they want. It still serves them. It's in their benefit. There is a specific route of things you can. No shot. It doesn't apply to Kick, Rumble, or Telegram. I couldn't find them on the original reading of the bill. I'll have to check again to see if it was added. I was planning to do that over the weekend anyway, but still, I have no hope that they would have, considering the fact that I think that a lot of people don't even really know what Rumble and Kick are in Australia. You're still writing Kick like the old school Kick, like the phone app that a lot of people got groomed on as teenagers. I'm talking about KICK, which is the crypto variant of Twitch, where people get addicted to gambling on a screen. Boomers try to regulate tech challenge level impossible, and that's what I mean. It's like, I don't even think that that's out of like bad faith. I think that that's a mistake. But it doesn't matter. It won't mean anything if they're still making money from that. If we're just creating a new way for them to profit off of the exploitation of the people they're farming. They're people farmers. Again, get rid of microtransactions, micro rewards, endless scrolling features. Educate people on addiction and how it works. Show, like, on television, the radio, stream, wherever. Put it everywhere. Plaster it on fucking billboards. MRIs of someone on cocaine and someone on TikTok side by side. Reels are literally gambling. Yes. If we regulate, if the regulations determine what gets restricted by amount of traffic, those lower traffic sites might be exempt. The legislation is written very stupidly. That's the UK one. In Australia, I'm not exactly sure that it's going to be based like that. I think it's just if you are under 16, you are not allowed on these websites, and that's going to be based on your ID check. But like that, it'll get worse from there if they succeed in that. It is a matter of being able to argue to people that this is much more about safety than censorship. That there is no need for censorship. We don't need to like put that much effort into preventing access if we take the incentive away to access. Now you need to prevent that access a bit. Like, you do definitely need to. But on its own, that will serve to do more harm than good. We need privacy by design, and then we need to use that to create new platforms that are publicly funded. Like, we can create a better internet as long as it's, you know, not based in the profit motive. Investing in community spaces, community common areas, places that are fun, safe, enjoyable, free. Not, you know, youth centers. Not labeled as something like for children. Labeled as something for everybody. Paid for by taxpayer dollars. You know, with shit to do. No cops around. You know what the internet was? We have the blueprint. You know, maybe that is true. A pilot program for universal basic income for those under 25, I think, is key to this. I think without doing that, this will only ever be a band-aid solution. I think until we can incentivize young people to not go into content creation the moment they're allowed back on social media, at least in Australia's context, then it will do nothing. All of this will have been a waste of time. If you create incentive for, you know, young people to find a hobby while they're banned from social media, or, you know, interests that are deeper, you know, spend some time learning critical thinking skills, reading a book maybe. By the time they're allowed on social media, they might be much better off and much less prone to fall victim to misinformation and to predatory like messaging and to predators in general. We need to normalize calling it what it is and stop sanitizing it. And you remember Cool Math Games by Pop Tropica? I remember Cool Math Games. That was a forgotten memory in my head. Social media for young people today draws people into like MLMs. I hope that made sense. No, it makes sense. 100%. We need to flip the script, guys. We like start calling it addiction. Start calling it a human farming operation. Stop allowing them to frame this as a free speech issue. In fact, you should frame this as a free speech issue. This is about your freedom of speech and about the freedom of speech of everyone else other than Nazis, really. The only people whose freedom of speech the right cares about, or the rich cares about, is the rich and the fascists. That's it. That's it. Sometimes you look up from your phone and you see 10 people with their faces in their phone scrolling and we look ridiculous. Yeah, we do. These things are demonic. Personally, I think that every smartphone should get fired out of a cannon into the sun, but you know, that's a personal issue. No one's gonna agree to that. But there are other things you could do. Do you believe in space lasers? I can show you that we have space lasers, but you know, they're mostly meant for attacking one satellite to another satellite because we're creating space wars for some fucking reason. If we could bring back dial-up internet with those, with the little attention, give up and try going outside and touch grass? No. Buncor, that was not very nice of you, but you know, that's fair. I have seen things in the sky. You might need to put a little bit of lithium into your water in the morning. I think we really could use some lithium in the water supplies too. Not gonna lie. You're RFKing in real time. Sorry, like this shit got me really, really mad, so that's kind of why I spent the whole stream talking about that today. Their username is quite interesting too. A lot of the trolls tend to come in with interesting usernames. I bought my Jewish mom a Jewish space laser control panel from Concord Aerospace for Mother's Day and she loved it. Only for Mother's Day. What did they do? Went to college last year and oh yeah, all 20-year-olds use Snapchat for any search, not Google or ChatGPT. None of them knew anything about computers. Was weird as fuck. I thought most young people use TikTok for searching now, but you know that makes sense too. Apparently ChatGPT rolled out a study mode today for like college students to get dumber on. Literally like professors are using ChatGPT now. Snapchat has an AI chatbot, and that's how they look stuff up, I guess. Yeah, everything has an AI chatbot now. Oh, the Kill Everyone party? Is that not just the Republican Party? That's the wrong, you know, party here, mate. The Kill Everyone party's on the other side of the aisle. And by the other side of the aisle, I mean like 3 aisles down. Oh, I'm gonna show you guys something entirely unrelated now. I'm gonna finish off with this one. This is the truest thing I've ever seen. Can we please keep this troll, like as a pet? Yeah, absolutely. We kept Tyler, didn't we? Let's make an LLM fake turnet. Nothing on it is real, and it's just for fun. That's already what they made. That is the internet, mate. Sorry, you want reality? You gotta go outside now. This is I've never seen anything so true. Oh my god. God damn it, the browser source is set to the wrong one. Wait, why are you not even showing up as an option right now? As my browser source. Rude? Sorry, I'm on OBS. I don't know how to use it yet. I don't know how to do studio mode on here, so. Why are you doing this? Why is my browser source that? There. Finally.
White Walkers coming into this country. They're flooding the northern border in numbers never seen before. And I know a lot about numbers, you know. You've got 1. And you've got 2. And so many numbers, there's a lot of them. But thanks to Sleepy Joe Biden, the White Walkers, you know, they're coming, and they're not sending their best, they're sending their worst. The White Walkers, it's so bad. And then you've got Jon Snow, you know, I call him Jon Slow, because he's a little slow in the brain, you know, that's why the border's, that's why it's such a mess. You know, if John wasn't so worried about trying to hook up with his aunt, you know, it's so nasty. You know, my daughter is hot, but trying to hook up with your aunt, Daenerys, it's so, you know, it's disgusting. So if he was putting that energy, not in Daenerys, but into the, you know, but me, you know, when I'm the king, I'll be king soon, but when I'm
Pretty good impression, actually, yeah.
king, we're gonna take the wall, we're gonna melt the wall. It's a big frozen wall. It's so sad. It's just ice. You know, the ice, it melts. And so we're gonna melt the ice, and then we're gonna put American steel, a big, beautiful American steel wall. Tremendous.
This is eerie because the fucking the others in Game of Thrones are a climate change allegory, and his solution is to melt the wall. That's why it's eerie to me. We're gonna put a big, beautiful American steel wall in its place. Everything is computer? What? Oh, is computer. That's a good one. I was like, what the fuck are you talking about? You know, everything is computer though. Like, that was, I gotta give him that one. That was factual. Jet fuel can't melt steel wall. Oh, that was fantastic. Yeah, that's that probably tweet chat of the day right there. Jet fuel can't melt steel wall. Only if Bush was flying the jet fuel. Flying the jet fuel. You need to use the sleep shard. It's okay. That's me wrapping it up for today. I'll be back tomorrow, normal time, and then we'll actually finally cover, wait. I might not be back tomorrow normal time. I'll keep you guys updated on Discord about that. I might actually have an announcement to make and something cool. I'm not gonna spoil it just in case, but I might have a cool announcement to make. So join the Discord and follow me on socials and like the stream. Cool, okay, that's who we'll rate then. Thank you, Fancy Philip. I knew that one would have gotten a worthwhile usage out of it. And I will let you guys know tomorrow what's happening. Hold on. My boomer brain hit the wrong button and I closed the tab, so now I have to hit raid again. And yes, thank you for you know, Zachap and Cosmopolitics. Both of you are awesome and friends of the channel. Rate it. If you haven't followed, go and give them a follow now. I didn't give Cosmopolitics a shout out earlier, so there it is now. Go drop these base streamers a follow, and now we'll start the raid. Alexandria Star, and I will see you guys next time. A lovely evening. All right, here we go. See you guys.